Hello there, and welcome to a very public spanking off. This week we are dealing with Thunderfoot, the large atheist YouTuber who has turned out to be a right arse. This is going to be somewhat of a baptism of fire for us, I think, this episode. Our first take on a fellow atheist, and a fairly large one at that.
Oh, are you saying that we're going to take on others after this?
Oh yes, I have.
Was that not discussed before you agreed to do this?
You're next, Steve.
Oh, please do me next, please.
So, joining us this week is Steve Shives, who was
Hello.
suggested by the person who paid for a topic. And that person is, he can blame the person that is named in the subject bar there. Kaz, it's all your fault. You paid for this. I may hunt you down for this.
Can we name the episode Blame Skullholder? Is that who it was?
Skullholder this week? No, it's not Skullholder this week.
Oh, who was it?
It was Kaz Armstrong.
Okay. A shit stirrer, that's who it is.
Who was kind enough to Facebook me and apologize.
And of course, joining me this week, as usual, is our co-host, TJ with a D.
No! Hi, everybody.
TJ with a T.
Otherwise known
No,
as
people, that will go out. And then we'll start a fight between them if that happens. Hi, everybody. I'm not TJ.
Oh, private jokes before it even starts.
Yeah. Did you guys enjoy our private conversation that you only heard half of?
We have to alienate them before we piss them off.
So, as you can tell, Atticus is no longer with us.
He didn't die.
He asks in lieu of flowers the donation.
He found out what the subject was, and he performed seppuku on himself last week, and so he is in school. He's studying to be a doctor, and he has education shit that he has to take care of.
Yeah. And we'll be holding our auditions in the next 3 weeks.
And by auditions, we mean fellatio.
You may
Casting
suck
couch
to
type
get the job. Okay, so let us start with one of the many problems that Thunderfoot has, which is 40,000 Quran copies burned for free speech.
Oh, this is an oldie.
Yes, I had to go deep. Because
Wait, I just realized something. 40,000 Quran copies burned? Wait,
for free speech.
I'm hearing you again.
Are
What's
you?
going on? Oh, it's on my end. Sorry.
Okay, yes.
Wait a minute. What's going on? Okay, never mind. I'm having a hallucinatory flashback.
What is in that hookah?
I don't know. I thought it was just tobacco.
Yeah.
What I was going to say
Okay.
was, he said 40,000 Qurans burned for free speech?
Yes,
There's no irony in that?
apparently not. There is no irony in burning a book to stop it spreading.
I'm burning this constitution based on free speech.
Oh, yes. Thunderfoot and irony go well hand in hand together.
About 300 years ago, Western civilization changed. It gradually adopted a new principle that no concept was beyond challenge.
And that reminds me, Thunderfoot has this issue where he doesn't believe in the caliphate.
There was no sacred, there was no dogma. And in the free market...
He has this issue of believing that the Dark Ages Islam did not have a golden age of science.
Has he stated that?
He kind of believes it as
Well then, who invented the zero? That's what I'd like to know.
me. I went back in time.
No
Wait,
shit.
you did?
I went
You
back
get
in time.
royalties every time it's used?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
why.
wow.
based ideas, good ideas generally superseded bad ones. And it was this
Then the internet came.
embodied as free speech that led Western civilization, which had languished in the doldrums of religious canon for the best part of 1,000 years, to where
See?
we are now. Without this explosion of knowledge, the technology
He
would
only
not
believes that the
exist
time of
beyond
science
what
is the time that any
Without this
learning was
explosion
done.
of knowledge,
I thought the
there would
time of science was Star Trek.
Yeah.
be also tons of hard
Speaking of lack of irony, he talks about the strength of good ideas over bad ideas, and then he puts up a YouTube logo.
I wouldn't be able to
Hey, YouTube was a great idea.
eat on a daily
That's
basis.
true. It was. Yeah, you're right.
3, 5,
Probably
Ooh,
shouldn't say
finally,
bad.
I get to learn how to make that letter bomb.
explosion of knowledge. I wouldn't be
Oh,
able to
of
make
course,
this
this
video.
is his
They
bloody
would have
idea
died
that
in
somehow burning a
agonizing
hard
pain
disk drive full of copies of the Quran
5 years.
is a fight for free
And
speech.
damn straight, I am happy to use the fruits of free speech. Of
Well,
which
it's
my
a time-saving technique if you don't really want to buy and then burn 40,000 Qurans. You can just,
politics not.
you know,
Statements are beyond question.
one hard drive and you're done.
Advocate.
Yeah.
You know, all the other people who enjoy burning books would probably learn a lot. They could save themselves time and possible fire hazards.
There are
Yeah.
no ideas beyond question. And if your entire argument is our religious dogma is that the Quran is sacred and cannot be questioned, then your
Of course,
argument
all
is
Muslims are like this
unsafe.
because
And if your
reasons.
religion is going to inspire people to lynch and behead the innocent over this, then damn straight I'm going to contest with this dangerous dogma. This hard drive
We'll contest it by burning it.
40,000 Arabic versions of the Quran, and behold, the stroke of my finger. Well, actually, several strokes. It seems that hard drives are now actually fairly robust to this sort of willful abuse. I can destroy those Qurans. But wait, I have
You know what else
access to the
destroys them?
knowledge
The
of
delete
fruits
button.
of free speech.
Hey,
That's
my
not a
birthday
very fun
cake!
visual.
Pretty
Everybody make a wish.
Yeah.
What's this? What's the music?
Oh, who knows?
So what is this supposed to accomplish?
Show
It's a
that
demonstration.
it's free speech, man.
Oh.
Now, if someone could explain to me how this is helping free speech by burning a book so that no one can read it, even though it's technically not burning it, it's only burning bits and bytes.
Yeah, it's destroying just basically what electronic information stored magnetically on a disk drive.
Yes.
But
Okay.
now those 40,000 Qurans will never be read again.
I think it's more dramatic than showing someone erasing a disk drive. That's kind of boring to watch.
It makes about as much sense.
It's pretty though. Look at that. It's so pretty.
Oh look, he's not a Muslim. What a surprise.
What?
Thank you. Okay.
So rather than protest by saying something truly meaningful, we'll just poke our fingers in their eyes.
Yeah. No one's really saying that because he lives in the States, he has to. You know, Sharia law is generally not accepted in the States, is it not?
Well,
It is
here's
not.
the problem with that: is if we start saying that companies can follow their moral biblical compass, a la
Yeah.
the Hobby Lobby, they're
A la
opening the
Allah.
door. Yeah, they're opening the door for other religious organizations to say, "Well, we believe in Sharia law at our business, so if you're going to shop here, put that burqa on."
Yeah.
And then as soon as that happens, that Supreme Court ruling will be overturned the next day.
Oh yeah, but the next day by a bunch of scared white people.
Exactly. Whoa, hang on.
Yeah. Thing is that it's all very well to say, look, Islam is ridiculous because of these reasons. I'm going to burn a book in the name of free speech. Rawr! It's not quite right. I mean, Sharia law is active in the UK. It is. But it's voluntary. You have to accept that you're going. You have to say that you want to be tried by Sharia law, and it's not for major things like murder or anything like that. It's for petty little things. It's a petty court basically. It's for small stuff. It's not for anything major.
You didn't get the memo that it is the most dangerous thing in the world, and we will all be living under it.
And then we'll all get Ebola.
Would that be the Haddah or whatever the hell it's called?
Here's the thing that's more scary. China is going to be the world's biggest superpower in probably 10 to 20 years, if it isn't already. And if they start making us all live under China's laws, fuck it. I'll take Sharia law any day. Because I don't feel like waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to a bullhorn telling me that I have to work harder and not have any female children.
Yeah. Or be forced to only have one child.
Yeah. Everything's fucked. Fuck it. I'm moving to the moon. God damn it. Unless there's some bizarre moon law up there that I can't live by.
The thing is, he doesn't leave it at one point, of course. No, you've got another video about the Islam and how apparently all Muslims are terrorists wanting to behead us all.
Even my neighbor?
Yeah, there are
He
no...
wants
We'll
to
keep an
behead
eye on
me?
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The problem is, this is when he started going like Pat Condell.
Who?
Pat Condell. So, this is burning 500,000 Qurans. Because 40,000 wasn't big enough. And I can see us getting slammed for this.
Ignoring the giant squid does nothing to diminish the fact that there is giant squid in the road, or the fact that it's dangerous. This week, Pastor Terry Jones burned his Quran. There were riots in Afghanistan with at least 14 people at the UN offices being killed.
Yeah,
lynched,
really?
and 2 of them beheaded by a bloodthirsty Islamic mob. Indeed, so incensed was this crowd.
Because Christianity's never done this.
They burned an effigy.
Oh, of course not.
Buddhism has never done this.
Christians are civilized people who worship a civilized God.
That's right. All of those witches that were burned in Africa over the last 10 years.
No. That's...
They were real witches.
Don't.
One that thinks that the rest of the world should comply with Islamic laws, such as respect.
Just like Christianity thinks that the rest of the world should comply by Christian laws.
You guys, it's different.
Pastors, the students are calling for the pastor's prosecution. We want the international community to put on trial that American pastor who has burned our holy Quran.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nor the giant.
No.
Last I checked, that American pastor is still alive, isn't he?
Will kill.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
He has the entire right to burn the Quran, and they have
Oh,
to...
and you know who else is still alive? Salman Rushdie, and he's been
Yeah.
living under a fatwa now for
How long?
20 years?
Something
Oh,
like that.
like something closer to 30, I would think.
Of the most populous Islamic country on the planet state that merely burning the Quran would pose a threat to world peace.
Well-
It will do nothing, absolutely nothing, to diffuse the
It could and it couldn't.
strained, volatile, violent behavior.
And obviously it's going to get the idiots that are like
And
this.
here's the other thing about the burning the Korans thing.
The threat to
No one cared.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
Thunderf00t burned the hard drive, I don't think anyone cared. The only people that seemed to get upset were hypersensitive other atheists.
It's not the rest of the world that must learn to comply with Islamic laws. It's Muslims who must realize that their religious
Oh, here we
laws
go again.
do not apply to the free world. It's the ideology that must change. Such that
Is it still considered mansplaining when you do it to Muslims instead of women?
a way of applying
I'm not a Christian, and I don't have to obey Christian laws either.
the rest of the
No.
I'm also not a Mormon, and I don't obey Mormon laws. I'm not a Satanist. I don't. Do they even have laws? I don't know.
Doing nothing is not a solution. Performing meaningless acts of empty provocation is a solution.
Yeah, totally.
My part,
That's
I
why
can
burning
make no
Qurans all the
better
time.
Yeah.
strategy Withdraw Muhammad Day.
Oh yes, and it's Draw
First
Muhammad
instance,
Day.
12
Oh, that was an idiotic fucking idea that stayed on for
Riots
too
all over
long.
the place. Death threats.
Was there one this year?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I didn't do it. I've done it a couple years, but I didn't do it this year.
Well, he's moved on to other hot button topics. I think that this
By
one's
Yahoos were seen to intimidate
done and over with, right? Because there's no more Muslims. He got rid of them all.
global
Yeah.
Thunderfoot has cleansed the world of Muslims.
through Muhammad. And what happened?
Wait, he's a pope now?
The Islamic nation
Didn't the popes want to get rid of Muslims too?
cut off its internet.
Or is he Dracula? Dracula's always fighting Muslims in them
No,
movies.
the popes couldn't get it done. It took Thunderfoot.
The thing is, well,
I was
Thunderfoot-
really hoping you would answer that Dracula did it, because that would have been better. Vlad Dracula got rid of all the Muslims.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got rid of all the Muslims.
The thing is that Thunderfoot doesn't realise is it's all very well us wanting to change their culture, but change comes from within. If it's until they want to change their own culture, nothing's going to change. Burning it, you can burn all the copies of their hard drives if you like, It's not going to change a thing.
speech.
Absolutely. It's also possible to acknowledge and even celebrate his right to burn as many Korans as he wants, while also thinking that he's an idiotic douchebag for doing it.
Yes, it has
Wait,
been.
well, now what is he burning?
Book burning is that there was.
Oh, no, this isn't footage of him. I got confused.
Actual film of Thunderfoot's book burning.
But that was in the days before electronic.
I think this is a response to the criticism we received for it, or something along
Yeah.
those lines.
I think you would consider book burning to be obscene. I mean, in both cases, you've destroyed a copy of the media. I mean,
But you haven't destroyed the original.
Internet cache is nothing but a
There are more out there. Deleting things is not the same.
No, in the Enlightenment world,
So we need to find the original Koran and burn that?
it's the
Well,
concept
apparently,
of
if you did
trying to
that,
destroy the
that must
ideas,
destroy Quran full stop.
That'll break the spell. It's like vampires if you kill Dracula and all the people. You turn those into
No,
vampires.
it's obvious he's building a time machine to go back in time to prevent the first Quran from being written. It's the only way to be sure.
Ah.
No, the only way to be sure, Jason, is to nuke them
Every
from orbit.
human alive.
And the only way to be sure to nip Christianity in the bud is to go back to Golgotha and make fun of Christ while he's on there,
Dishonored our holy
to make sure that you get into the book, and then it becomes a comedy book.
The thing is, you can tell that
to Islamic laws. I have no more obligation.
Thunderfoot has not heard of the
Quran.
protests
I
that were
have
created
bound
when
down
The Life of
neck.
Brian came out.
This is a
Oh yeah, the people got upset about that.
Yeah.
hardware I was about to decommission. Look, I can load a copy of the Quran onto this and
Big deal, you
delete
can
it.
make a digital
And I'm
copy of a
sure
digital
No one
copy.
even raised an eyebrow at this willful and intentful destruction of the Quran.
Because
After
you're
all,
such a rebel,
every
Thunderfoot.
Muslim
Such a
who reads
rebel.
The Quran online does this sort of thing. Yeah. But really, how is that any different?
He is the
from
true
buying
spirit
the
of the
Quran?
South, which he isn't a part of.
Yeah, I think we need an electronic age. One that will highlight the absurd nature of these foot stamping.
Also,
demands
Jason, notice how he uses his
barbaric
H's.
folk, demanding that the rest of the world must
No, I
comply.
haven't. How does he use his H's correctly?
Yes.
Well, then you should be happy then.
On Sunday, the 10th of April 2011, I'm going to download 500,000 copies of the Quran onto this hard drive and then burn it. It will be
Okay,
the last
have fun.
Yeah. Enjoy that.
Remember, folks, you paid for this. If you're supplying to his Patreon, you're paying for this ridiculous
No,
money.
this was before he had a Patreon account or anything like
That's
that,
right.
though.
Yes, of
And
course,
then
aye.
do with it as you
He's not doing. I mean, he needs to not only download the 500,000 copies of the Quran. He needs to instruct us how long of a standing ovation we should give him after he burns it.
highlight
Yeah.
how electronic,
How much praise does he want?
obsolete,
This does not
antiquated,
help in any way
absurd these religious demands
anything
made
about the
threat
idiocy of Sharia law.
force are.
Yeah.
But
You can
what-
tell he
how
never studied Sharia law
Isn't this going to get people killed?
because of
Believe me, the world would be a much better place without Sharia law.
Oh, indeed it would.
Maybe even more.
Well, how many Korans do we have to burn to get rid of it?
You're willing to surrender your freedoms.
None. We're just burning hard drives, man.
Or if
Oh.
life get killed, then you are already a conquered and enslaved people.
What?
No
Who are?
sane,
We are? When? When did that happen?
murderous actions.
Not Thunderfoot, though.
Violent
No, he's a rebel, man.
He's gonna burn the damn Koran.
Barter an enlightened people out of its foundational principles. The very
The
foundational
thing is,
principles
as
that
much as I hate to
lead
say this,
enlightenment
free speech
and
is not
civilization first.
given right.
If you
It's something you have to
think
work for
minimizing
and get.
those in harm's way is the name of the game that we would
You're
Don't
not-
say free speech isn't free.
is
Freedom isn't free.
troops in harm's
The only free speech isn't a God-given right as such, and I'm sure you could hear the quotation marks there. As I said that.
Like, my whole point is you know what? There's a whole lot of really evil fucking shit going on in the world, not just from Islam.
No,
And I don't see any stances against any of that other evil fucking shit that we're doing as an American people. We're doing.
Excuse me.
Hmm?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
We, as an American people.
Oh.
Oh,
I
yeah,
see.
well, go fuck yourself. I'm talking about us important Americans because our opinions matter.
Sorry for
You guys
calling
didn't raise
you
your
an
swords
American.
and take down the English like you should have. No, you did that vote thing, which I could have told you was never going to work.
And that's
But some
right.
heads on pikes would have sent a message to that queen person that you all worship.
We didn't vote for our independence. We killed motherfuckers.
Yeah, we were so big and brave. We dressed up like Indians and dumped tea into a harbor.
Yeah. And if we had Korans, we would have burned them too. Except for
And a
Thomas
whole
Jefferson didn't have
40% of the American population wanted independence from England at the time.
Yes, but you guys were losing until you got the French to do your job for you.
Look, we couldn't go on a kill frenzy on the indigenous peoples of America until we were free of the English. That's all I'm saying.
Hey man, people were burning your digital copies of your Constitution at that time.
We wanted to give 100% red-blooded American smallpox to the Indians, not English smallpox.
That's right.
All I'm saying is there are so many evil governments, evil empires, evil religions, North Korea. I mean, just you can't cast your gaze on the earth without finding something upsetting and wrong. And Islam is just one little drop in that big, disgusting bucket. You get rid of Islam, and I guarantee you something else even worse will come crawling out of the sand.
And even if you pick opposing like the worst, most radical terroristic elements of Islam as your cause, you at least should recognize that burning digital copies of their holy scripture does absolutely nothing to combat those problems and doesn't make you any kind of a brave champion of freedom of speech at all.
No. It pisses off the people that you're trying to piss off.
Yes, and you're pissing them off for nothing. You're not even saying anything. You're not even communicating a message with any content worth defending. You're just doing something you know is going to piss them off for the sake of pissing them off.
Yep, and to get views.
And to get views.
Way in the first place is to defend.
I really want to look at the comments to see what if any Thunderf00t fanboys are in.
Surrender those principles out of the fear of the cost.
See what they say about this.
And you might as well not even bother with an army in the first place.
You're not sacrificing any.
Yeah, what has Thunderf00t sacrificed?
A hard drive.
So,
those hard drives are expensive, man.
For Muhammad Day, initially 12 cartoons, over 100 killed in riot around the world. For Muhammad Day.
100? A whole 100? Wow, that's almost like a quarter of a percentage of children that die from starvation every day.
And cutting off its own end.
A whole 100 people died in...
Thunderf00t is not like those newspapers, by the way. He's nothing like them.
Will not avail it here. I mean, let's be real. What are the alternatives? The de facto observance.
Does he not realise that he's behaving exactly like they are by burning their Quran?
Threats of violence. No, I choose not to ignore the squid.
Well, no, because he's not burning things and beating it in the street.
So this guy.
Some of you may remember this guy.
I barely remember this guy. He looks tired, though. You look tired.
Yeah.
This one should be an enjoyable one. It's called Coughlin616 and Other Critics.
Aww. He's not going to pick on poor Coughlin, is he?
This is the famous Raspberry video, well, famous at the time, where a bunch of YouTubers came around and said, well, you know what, we'll just make a video where we're blowing raspberries.
Can I just interject here? The true Islamic law believed by all true Muslims, there isn't a religious sect, regardless of whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, or whatever, where you don't believe that your belief is the true belief of that entire group.
Yeah.
It is a bullshit argument. All of them believe that they are following the true teachings of their fucking little dumbass book.
Yeah, and Dawa Films was one of the dumbest guys.
Yeah.
And he got into a tiff with Thunderf00t. And I'm sure.
You mean he took the bait?
Yeah, he took the bait. And I might point out that a moderate Muslim is Thunderf00t's addition. That I'm sure he's going to make a point about.
Issues his weekly about death threats. We Muslims and our non-Muslim allies will send you to the God that you wish you knew. And
Now wait a minute. He just said our non-Muslim allies.
Yeah.
If he was a true Muslim, they wouldn't have any non-Muslim allies.
Yeah.
He's networking.
Oh, right.
He's networking.
He failed to bullshit people on the public
Now,
forum.
Dalwa Films is an
YouTube
idiot.
ignored his
But Thunderfoot fell for debate,
The legal guys just
and
weren't
Thunderfoot was a bit of a prick as well at the
He's
time
still
during the whole
hunting
thing.
my dogs in order to find out who I am. Such that
Sorry,
having
no.
appointed himself-
Your docs were available at the time, Thunderfoot. Your docs were available on other sites. They were in the public.
No, I think he actually tried to get him fired, which is a bit beyond the pale.
He did try to get him fired, which is a dickhead move.
It's more than a dickhead move. That's just something you don't do that. You don't make it personal. What you don't do is, if I have a problem with you, I don't go to your boss and say, "Hey, do you know what he's doing on YouTube?" It's such a high school move. It is such a, well. Then again, Dawa Films.
It's completely appropriate for the forum then.
Dalwa Films is a prick, and I'm not going to defend him too much. But I will say that the one who dropped in this case was Thunderfoot, if I remember the argument correctly.
It's this sole moral authority. That
Well, didn't he doc drop himself?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Here, a pretty simple guy gets caught acting as jerk equation, and the comments and ratings reflected that.
Yeah, that's your own video,
The
Thunderfoot.
video responses were
Don't use your own videos as proof of something.
I went on a blog
It's ridiculous.
last week, and
Oh, by the way, everyone agrees with me. Look, it's my own video.
Representative turned up.
Hey, 100% of Justin Bieber fans say that Justin Bieber is awesome.
And yeah, this included Dawa Films himself. All takers welcome. And this went on 6 or so hours.
Really,
The
Thunderfoot.
harsh critics put on a poor show with this guy called Shredder is Alive heading the bell.
Shredder.
Well, indeed, no one who turned
Oh,
up actually
Shredder.
really
I
had
knew
any
he'd come up
interest
at
in
some point.
trying to defend Dawa Films. Not even this Shredder is Alive.
This really feels old now. This is only, what, 3 years old or two or 3 years old?
Something like
Pretty
that.
much like this Dawa Films guy was just the gelling agent that held together this hardcore.
Imagine how old it's going to feel in 10 years while we're still arguing about the same fucking shit.
Yeah. Oh, there's
The guy
Coughlin.
who's previously had his channel banned for being
Because of you.
too offensive.
I hear that he's a psychotic.
Anyways, I've given this
I
guy
hear.
I hear that he don't like nobody. One moment he likes the Muslims, the next moment he don't like the Muslims.
Personality disorder. The person
I hear he smokes the meth.
Oh, look at that.
histrionic
He done
personality
drawn on his face.
Nothing.
He's got one of them juggalos.
Nothing.
I would love to see an argument between that Coughlin and the time that Venom Fang X had done himself up as the Joker.
There's nothing like vilifying someone by taking a video out of context and having someone discuss a psychological disorder over it as it's muted.
That's the American way, buddy, and if you don't like it, get off YouTube.
Do people actually do that? I just find it annoying.
From the comments on your videos, I believe you do it all the time, from what I understand.
Yeah, I guess maybe I do. You're right.
They will make scenes.
Oh, it's Coughlin in his Jesus face.
Control relationships.
These are like the many faces of
Yeah, the
Coughlin.
many faces of Coughlin.
They can appear very needy and dependent.
I mean, sure, a guy needed.
I don't even know what that phase is. So where's that one?
Really not the sort of guy.
Oh, that's personal.
His Repo Man phase.
That's making me uncomfortable.
Goes back to him initiating the spat with the amazing atheist, and that was
Why that? Pig?
Well, you know he had to pick the most flattering clip he could.
begged to be left alone.
Yeah, because Thunderfoot
Emotional,
never.
frail-
The next time we see Thunderfoot on this video, it's gonna have a glow effect around him. Little animals flying in.
Yes, we all know that Wilson had a break.
Rerun of this event when he tried to attack Pat Condell.
Is this the one where he tries to psychoanalyze someone despite the fact that he's a chemist?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Your
I
brain
mean,
has
you know,
chemicals in it.
I would have only believed him if someone else with such credentials had weighed in, like, I don't know, an auto mechanic or a short order cook had weighed in on their psychological evaluation of conflict.
I only accept psychological evaluations from Dr. Phil.
traumatized with that. Starts himself.
The best psychological evaluation I ever got was from a homeless man who was arguing with a tin can who told me that I was crazy.
Where he acted.
Oh, the Porridge Olympics. Oh, that was a fun time. I miss those. If you get Coughlin to start the Porridge Olympics again.
What's the Ponage Olympics, Grandpa? Stop living in the past.
That is so 2008.
With it being an open secret that the guy desperately, for months.
Why have you not subscribed to my fucking channel?
Wait, he turned himself into a cartoon?
No, this is an old Coughlin vid.
He's funny, he makes me laugh. Oh my Gizmo, what's your excuse for subscribing to that bogey bum? He paid me.
Thing is, Thunderfoot doesn't realise that Coughlin's taking the piss at this point.
Well, satire can be hard to grasp by some people.
He decided that he couldn't get his attention by praising me.
This is an apology to...
I see. I think this was a funny video. I remember when Coughlin put this video up. It just made me laugh.
To him, Thunderfoot.
He won't get it out of spitting at me.
I don't like Thunderfoot. This is no fucking... There's no real fucking secret there.
And this he has done persistently, going so far as to actually fabricate
Nothing like quote mining, eh, Thunderfoot?
attribute them to me. And
You know, I have about 1/6 the subscribers that Thunderfoot has, and I would consider this sort of thing beneath me.
quote from me. I
I'm
fear
just saying.
collapse could lead to the Muslims taking over just like the Nazis. Supposedly quoted from Thunderfoot on Blog TV. And yeah, not content to just make up such bullshit and attribute it as a direct quote to me, he then goes on to confirm this, the straight note, by saying, yeah, that's what he said.
Oh dear.
But
Are we really watching just basically a YouTube argument?
What is Thunderfoot like 40-something when he makes this video? Like, this is like the sort of thing that people would be whispering to each other at the lunch table in 6th grade.
Moving video responses to his Draw Mohammed Day video that depicted him as the
Citation needed because it's a fucking term paper.
Yeah, it is. This is his dissertation before CERN.
Yes.
He's
All statements made about anything must be strictly annotated and comprehensive.
No, because everything on YouTube is true.
Like that on
That's, okay, yeah, that's true.
And yeah,
Yeah.
attention seeking at the height of the Draw Mohammed Day.
I'm not even bringing up unsubstantiated speculation at this point because we're going to get plenty of it later on.
Distracted away from the primary goal of making the event a success.
I struggled to find material that was decent enough for a show this
But that
time.
really did piss me off. To say that I've not put a lot of effort into building the reputation.
But this does point out how Thunderfoot, when he attacks someone, he vilifies them in ways such as quote mining or using videos out of context to make them seem worse.
Really does say everything about
He
the character
willingly,
of the guy.
heavily edits
I invested
videos
a lot into
to show
Draw
people
Mohammed
off as worse
You know,
than
the
him.
Islamic world isn't particularly known for its sense of humour on such subjects, with people actually having to go into hiding or worse on such matters. So yeah, there's me doing my best to actually make this event a success, to make it clear that we and the internet
Yeah, because
are
Draw
not
Mohammed Day
subject
actually
to
makes a
Islamic
fucking difference.
blasphemy laws. All
Did
of
he
the
just include the entire internet as backing him?
modes
Yes.
of happily
Oh, okay.
throwing a fictional
Is that unreasonable? I don't understand.
Well, unless the internet is suddenly sentient and has one voice.
Ironically,
He probably had a really nice conversation with like Cleverbot.
I'm one of the world's bloggers.
See, the internet's on my side.
What we talked about. And Coughlin strawmanned this.
PZ Myers. Oh, this is the days when PZ Myers and Thunderfoot spoke to each other.
That I was hurting people's opinions about what I was wearing.
Why do you care then what people care whether you look like? I mean, this is warrants a video from you, whining and complaining about being a sad bunny.
Wow, it's boy band Coughlin. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah.
This place.
See, there he goes again. We know that Thunderfoot had, not Thunderfoot, sorry, Coughlin had a wee episode. Only Thunderfoot could take us seriously.
No, there's plenty of people who take this seriously, I'm sure. Although I think a lot of his new subscribers may not have watched any of this stuff because it was older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man the fuck up. Man the fuck up. I see evidence of argumentation.
Good God, Princess End.
used by- and to me,
Oh, we only have 2 more hours on this video, right?
When this
Yeah.
tough guy is telling you
The thing is, there was a lot more people in his little list. I've seen Happy Cabby, I've seen Matt.
anywhere outside.
Yeah, where is old Happy Cabby nowadays?
Well, how to keep off the internet, remember? Or rather, how
Didn't he go on some kind of DMAC crazy time or something?
Yes.
Complaining about Thunderfoot for, what is it, like 6 months that he wasn't sent to you?
Who's this?
And now
It's Invisible Man.
you have
Oh, okay. I don't even know who.
He doesn't sound like Claude Rains at all.
Yeah, not nearly crazy enough.
No.
He wonders why I give him a wide berth. It was
Because
this sort
you're
of
showing the
vociferous
worst of him.
critic who I
Give him
Doesn't
a
he
wide
give
berth by making an exhaustive video about him.
Is this his hate list? Is this his enemies list that we're looking at? What is this?
There's
Vocal
Matt.
critics there may be iconified
There's
by this guy
Coughlin.
called
Oh yeah, there's Matt.
There's Happy at the top. Shredder.
There's Shredder.
Oh, there we go.
There were, of course, some interesting and thoughtful conversations. It's just
I just want to explain the point behind the Shredder's and Raspberry video there. It was part of a series where people who have tried to discuss things with Thunderfoot before, logically, have been rebuffed and have been ignored. And so they just thought, well, fuck it, we'll just make a video blowing a Raspberry at him. Well, Claire took part in it as well, you know.
Well, he doesn't do debates with other atheists, really. He only does debates with,
People he
the
doesn't like.
Westboro Baptist Church and, Ray Comfort.
Yeah.
none really by this group unified by Dawa Films.
Yes, of course, because they're all unified by Dava Films. Not the way
So
that...
basically, if they got together and formed a nation that didn't like Thunderfoot, that would be their flag?
Based on the vast majority of these detractors,
It's a little busy.
Just think how hard his dick would be if they actually formed that nation.
this is maybe exemplified by the thoughtful and eloquent argument
Oh,
of
good
one of their
grief.
recent collaborations.
One of many names that Griff has been
most
under.
prominent of these.
Oh, that is old. Ring Maiden.
Oh, yeah, that is older.
Into making this
What,
collaboration.
Scouts?
Oh, I remember her.
It's a walk down memory lane here.
Respond to critics.
I will remember.
I completely missed this whole raspberry movement.
But I think it's fair to
Before
say
my
that
time, but I know exactly what the backing of it was.
Yeah.
So
What was
this
the
is
Ice
in
Bucket
response
Challenge
to
of its
people
time?
being critical of what he was doing?
Yeah.
That's his response to someone.
hence the confusion.
Kalita.
Oh, yeah.
consider yourself
Don.
peer review.
Oh yeah, he took
I could have
this.
lived my whole life without seeing his mouth make that shape.
Do what I do.
You're upsetting your dog, dude.
Take me out of this tuxedo, please.
I do not endorse your opinion. Didn't we just see this? Why are we seeing it again?
Because Thunderfoot was butthurt by this.
This video is poorly edited. I don't mind seeing Claire twice, though.
Yeah.
Don't mind seeing her.
Yes, we saw this. Thank you.
Because
So
he
we
was...
know that Thunderfoot's degree is in chemistry, not film. Thank you very much.
I don't even know what that is.
Andrew, redhead.
What? What does that say?
Ode to Thunderfoot.
Oh, okay.
Man, if Mr. Methane is in this, I'm gonna shit.
Wait, are we going through it again?
Stan.
Is his camera on his penis? Why is it so low?
It gives him an air of authority. It suggests size
It suggests size.
and dominance.
How many
Oh
of
my
these
God.
people are still active?
This is like watching Jerry Lewis's best movie.
Oh, you mean the day the clown cried?
If only.
Oh my God.
Oh, boy.
Could you imagine you're like a young, fresh atheist, and this is the first video you watch, and then you walk away and go, "Fuck it, I'm going back to Catholicism."
Exactly. I'm gonna call my priest.
Why are we Oh.
This goes out to you,
Now I don't want to attribute any intent on Thunderfoot's part, but do you think he's doing this and naming names so that his fans will troll them?
Yes.
What a horrible thing to suggest. Proctor.
Oh, Arthur.
The many
Is it
bits of
dark
smoke.
matter recently exposed to
Whoop. Right, okay,
Is this
so
a
that
new
was-
video?
Yes.
Who is this guy?
Dark,
Dark matter.
Dark matter,
Oh,
yeah.
that's Dark Matter. Okay.
Yeah, this
His
is
handsome face.
this is his video, Crossing the Line, Part 2. Part 1 is in there somewhere, it's just the way that it's mixed up.
Yep, I'll be right back.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
no problem. I'll go to comments. We'll see what we got here. That's right. Dear. Well, let's see how many Thunderfoot fans we have here.
I hope we have a few, because after that last video, I want to kill myself. All those raspberries. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh dear. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. An echo. Let's pwn a 3-year-old argument. Fuck yeah. No, sadly, Micro, I don't. Ah dear. Yep. There we go. People think drum holiday makes a difference. Damn it! Where's all the Thunderfoot fans?
We were promised trolls.
Yes.
I was promised trolls. Hi,
Yeah.
Firefly. Firefly's in the chat.
Let's see. Yep. Gagaplex, this was before then. These are old videos. It's not me making the list. I'm not starting from the beginning from the list. It's just randomly done like that. I don't choose the list, how the list works. You're right, Gagaplex. Thunderfoot did think that atheists had to be more cohesive and agree with him and everything. Ah, dear. And apparently that's the house of atheism. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Come on, must be some supporters somewhere. Yes, Angry Pumpkin, he does. Thunderfoot sounds more and more like a conspiracy theorist when he's talking about anyone who deals with him. Let's see. Oh fuck, there are very few of them. I thought we'd have a hell of a lot more. Oh, there is a Thunderfoot fan. Yay! No, that's alright. I mean, I liked his Why We Laugh at Creationism series, but it's all the rest of the bullshit that comes with him that turns me off Thunderfoot.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that, I mean, he does have some videos that I can agree with, but when you take all the other stuff along with it, I mean, I would rather get the stuff I agree with from another source. There are plenty of people who I can watch anti-creationist videos from that I don't have to hold my nose with. I mean,
yep.
You know.
So let's crossing the line to, I don't know what he's attacking in this. I cannot remember.
Question for Big Up. 4-star jerk. The Christian's name was Cartesian Theist, and he's a very pseudo-intellectual. Anyway, it turns out the guy was also
And we can smell our own.
harassing people on the internet. What sort of harassment are we talking, I hear you ask? Sort of saying nasty things about them? Photoshopping them into images?
Oh,
No.
is this him going
We're
on about
talking
someone
about
taking a piss
finding
out of
who they
something?
are in real life, and then impersonating their
What was
friends
this crossing the line
just so
videos
they
about
can
again?
try and mess up their personal
Is it
life.
about free
And then
speech?
to laugh
His
about.
personal
Listen
bugbear?
very carefully to this comment.
Check out the guns on dark matter.
And your MILF Kara is just too funny. You know what? Even some of her friends are still so confused that they think I'm her, but that I've finally just come clean about my feelings for them. Ha 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 ha. I am literally
What?
laughing my ass off at it. One guy thinks he's well in with her. They won't see her the same way ever again. Ha 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 ha. See how you and her have both been fucked over. And yet to try to lessen the damage you declare
See,
some hollow
here's the problem with some of
victory.
these videos.
Ha 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 ha.
You have no context.
It's only round 3, pal, and there's another 9 to go. That's right. It's not just an accusation. It's in his own words. The Cartesian Theist is one of those guys who pretends to be a woman on the internet and then flirts with other guys so that he can manipulate them and defame people. And it's right there in his own words.
For me, this clearly crosses lines. This is
Right.
well outside the boundaries of free speech. You're not allowed to impersonate someone's friends in real life to try and mess up their life just because you disagreed with them on the internet.
Yes, copying someone, pretending to be them is a dick move, and also pretending to be someone else that you're not is a dick move. But it's free speech, I guess.
It's a dick
I mean-
move, but I mean, why? This adolescent YouTube drama. Like, oh, let's all make
We
videos
were
about
closed?
it.
When
Who
did we
fucking
get
cares?
closed?
Oh, it's just this stuff about dark matter and some dickhead pretending to
Cartesian
be a
theist.
Yeah.
Oh wait, more in the YouTube drama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know that.
More stuff that I didn't watch the first time.
Yeah, I know.
Because who could possibly give a shit about any of this?
Plausible denial, saying that it was actually him and some of his friends who valiantly set up some communal accounts to
Well,
counter-
when you didn't have friends in high school, you recreated on YouTube.
Oh, God, I hope we spend the rest of the night just watching videos where Thunderfoot finally sifts through the minute details of personal disagreements that nobody other than the directly involved parties could possibly give half a fuck about.
He'll have plenty of time to do that in the old age home when he realizes how much time, energy, and emotion he wasted on a tiny, dark corner of a monolith like YouTube.
Illegal. So someone has set up a Twitter account in my name. It may not have been Coughlin, but curiously,
Oh,
Coughlin was the very first person to subscribe to this account. Actually,
because that makes it straight away, Coughlin.
fastest gazelle in the herd, and it doesn't take a long Twitter exchange to work this out.
He does realise that parody accounts are okay on Twitter. They're all over the place.
So a while ago, I wrote this blog about how a woman at a secular meeting was reduced to tears by this T-shirt, to which Coughlin responds, "Feminists reduced to tears by T-shirt. Yeah, it's hilarious watching women cry." Which I reply, "What, the guy who marketed and sold his own line of got rape T-shirts?
Taking everything out of
Against
context.
the mildest of offensive T-shirts. No, you fucking moron. I was talking about the obvious hard-on.
Do you think that Thunderfoot doesn't understand ironic humor?
line.
Yes.
Very much
That's
so.
alright. I was talking about the man who sold got rape T-shirts, suddenly developing.
I think he's also just incredibly thin-skinned and reflexively defensive.
Yeah.
And then he followed up with another couple.
So he's the Fox News of the atheist community?
He's like, if you remember the original UK
Doesn't
version.
understand irony. Doesn't.
He's like in the original UK version of The Office. He's like David Brent's best friend, Chris Finch.
Start tweeting
I've
out.
never watched that.
Who like is just really hostile and defensive, and if you say something against him, he has to explain in excruciating detail why you're wrong and why you're an idiot.
Pakistan and India to fill
I've
the
known plenty of people like that on several different topics, and I did enjoy spending time with them.
The sort of guy who will show you how he's so above you and you're not worth his time by backing you into a corner and explaining to you for 4 hours why you're not worth his time.
That is, using their real name.
Which you dropped yourself about.
Exact screen name. Using their exact avatar. That the goal is to impersonate someone with the intent.
Thunderfoot, just because it happened to you does not make it important. It happens to thousands of people who use the internet.
It's the most important thing ever.
For far more nefarious schemes, like emptying bank accounts and doing things in your name that are illegal.
Oh my god, it's Chris.
And don't you realize that this could have seriously damaged Thunderfoot's non-existent reputation?
Again, dark corner of a giant monolith. No one cares what's happening here. There aren't going to be people on the, the Holocube tube or whatever we have 100 years from now talking about this incident.
I don't know, Jason. I bet if I went to a public place, I would only have to ask people 24 hours a day who Thunderfoot was for several years before I got a couple of hits.
Thing is, he just does not get what a party account does. I could point him to several party accounts for one politician alone.
Well, the thing is, like, okay, so someone opened a Twitter account in his name and pretended to be him and fucked with people and tried to make people think that it was him. That's a really shitty thing to do.
That is a very shitty thing to do.
I understand why he's upset, and whoever did that account was completely wrong and an asshole. But he's acting like he gets this persecution thing going where he's like, oh, I can't believe this happened to me. What did I do to deserve this? Like, dude.
And it's all during his Coughlin-hating time, so he instantly says...
You would think that someone that was educated in Britain, which is bully central, by the way,
Yes.
would be used to this kind of shit.
Yeah. But he just like, I'm not saying it's Coughlin, but Coughlin is the first one to like it. Coughlin.
Yeah, hatred through the...
He's like, it's not Coughlin, but let me rest my video where I concentrate on Coughlin alone. Tells you how it's not Coughlin.
Public service announcement. If Thunderfoot wants to make drama over a Twitter account with 41 followers and accuse me of it, I won't waste my time replying. And after I called bullshit on him, and he replied, he blocked me and went back to retweeting the impersonator. And at this point, we need to revisit history.
Oh my god, the scandal. I am so the outrage.
I make all these videos with these funny images of you, these drawing like making you look like a terrorist. Do you not like that? Does that get on your nerves a lot, does it?
Yeah. Coughlin's explicit goal of photoshopping someone to make them look like a terrorist, or photoshopping them to look like Bin Laden and dead.
He got really pissed off about that. I remember that
it's
stuff.
Not for art. It's to get on someone's nerves.
The whole point.
To personally
Which he successfully did. Thank you very much.
Drawing like making you look like a terrorist. Do you not like that? Does that get on your nerves a lot, does it?
And my response then, as it is now, is go ahead. Not
Yes, because,
out.
you know, Thunderfoot isn't affected by it. He obviously doesn't.
Thick enough to take.
He's not bothered by it at all. It clearly doesn't bother him at all.
Haven't any of these people learned about ignoring shit that happens on the internet?
From dusk till dawn.
No.
You can even Photoshop me into porn if you want.
I mean, what's the worst thing that happens when someone ignores something is the person that's desperately trying to get your attention then turns around and goes, oh, you're a coward because you never addressed this, which you also ignored, and then they just stop. I don't understand this.
Here's what you do. If someone's trying to fuck with you on the internet and they're posting Photoshop pictures of you and they're spreading lies about you, all you do is nothing. You
Right.
block them, you ignore them, you go on about your business, producing your own content, doing your own thing, and you act like they don't fucking exist. And eventually they lose interest and they leave you alone.
I did one video on my comments club.
I'm just laughing.
Could you
at this
imagine if the rest of the media in the United States and the world acted like these people? What's the worst sitcom that's on right now? Big Bang Theory. And they open up their fucking Facebook and someone wrote down, "You guys are heinous dick suckers and I fucking hate you. And here's a photoshopped images of all of your characters blowing donkeys." Then they blow up and they do an entire episode about that one guy and the photoshopped image that they put up online.
And then
This
they
is
turn around.
ridiculous.
And then, of course, they turn around at the end and say, "If you want to do it, go ahead. We're thick-skinned. We can take it."
Our president gets death threats via electronic media probably by the hundreds, if not thousands, every week, and we don't hear peep about it. And I'm more concerned about the safety and well-being of the president.
I think these comments.
I like how he still has to name Coughlin's name there, just to make sure that we know it's Coughlin, because, we recognize it's Coughlin by now, or halfway through the video.
This video.
So we know whose videos to bomb with thumbs down and negative comments.
Please, if you want the thumbs
Fuck
down,
you.
go ahead. It
Communist
advertises the show just as much as the thumb up.
Okay, I'm going to do it right now.
Video.
You think I'm joking? I'm not. I'm thumb downing this show right now. I love how, with the thumbs down, that's not enough of an explanation. When you hover over it, it says, "I dislike this."
Yes.
Fundamentalist in their mindset.
No, they might think that someone thinks it's gladiatorial days,
And this isn't a
and a
minority.
thumbs down
This is
says, "Kill
trolls.
them now."
I find it interesting the amount of people who posted just mindless, pointless abuse at me and gave me shit. Darwin Films, you want to make reasonable criticisms, that's fine, but I was disgusted by the amount of comments I saw on his channel page and in his video calling him fucking sand nigger, making all
I'd like to point out that a retweet does not equal approval on any medium for most people. Coughlin, I don't know if he can answer for himself. He's a big boy, he can do it. But, yeah. We don't know how old this video is because Coughlin's channels have been taken down so many times. But I have no context for this video that is happening with Coughlin saying that these people are sending shitty stuff. We don't know how old it is compared to when the Thunderf00t made this in May.
You're
So-
applying way too much thought to this.
dozens upon dozens
This is just a silly argument.
abuse and racial
I mean, granted,
Now, typically, I go on the
it
basis
seemed really important at the time, but now it just feels so
is typically back again.
drama-y.
Well, a troll who
So
trolls
retarded.
themselves out and leaves their own volition.
And he's still doing it today with the likes of Anita Sarkeesian and other people.
Crazy. People go
Yeah.
further and further until they're doing things like impersonating you to mess up your personal life.
Yes,
And
of
yet,
course.
I'm a big proponent.
Don't worry, T-Foot. You're going to mess up your own personal life just
The best
fine.
thing The best thing to do is just to continue to draw attention to it and blow it as far out of proportion as possible.
In order
Yep.
to damage their reputation, like you did a year or two ago.
You know
God,
what?
listen to the tone in his voice.
It was satire.
Damage my reputation like you did a year ago.
We had to increase we increased the image size by what, 400%, 500%?
Why doesn't he just sue them? That's what we do in the United States. We sue
No,
them.
no. Wade Wang happened.
Wade Wang just happened to make a website that just happened to have the same name as Thunderf00t, which he chose at random. And it just so happened to upload a picture of a guy who looked suspiciously like Thunderf00t.
Yeah.
Wait, when was Coughlin permanently banned?
This guy is this guy? No, it just
Yeah, if you're permanently banned, then YouTube shut you down as soon as they find out about you. Like Brett Keane has done. Every time Brett Keane appears, he's shut down.
Eventually, word gets to YouTube that he's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually only takes about a day. It's the same, so that's how it works if you're permanently banned. Coughlin's not permanently banned.
it's a massive coincidence.
No.
Is you-
I'll be right back.
Coughlin will doubtless, as he's done before, and as most people do when they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, start making excuses. Now, last time, even after he'd claimed that he'd set up this website in which I was photoshopped into porn, actually decided that, nah, it wasn't me, it was a friend of mine.
Let me have a chance to say whether it's not it was me, because it wasn't. The user was Silver Era 309. Yes, he is a friend of mine, but if I'm going to be held responsible for every fucking stupid thing my friends do, then why can't I hold Thunderfoot personally responsible for all the death threats I'm getting now?
Well, I think obviously, because you were actively involved up to your eyeballs in this. Well, I was not actively involved, or even peripherally involved with sending
So
death
it's
threats.
okay for someone to get sent death threats.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you were swamped with death threats, and that you lived in
If
constant fear from this
they're taking the
murderous
piss out of
band
you?
of psychopaths with a long history steeped in blood known as Thunderfoot subscribers. And what we
Actually,
have,
yes,
the same
it's well
guy
known.
is now crawling out to again throw themselves under the bus.
This is what makes Thunderfoot a true leader in the online atheist community, that he makes videos like this that are relevant to everybody.
Is to an extent a lesser crime than publicizing it. It's kind of like saying, I'm not the guy who actually photoshopped someone into porn.
So remember, this is a thick-skinned person, folks.
Era is telling the truth here, and he's just the...
You know, I try to imagine if there were two friends of mine in real life, like, let's say, having the kind of argument that Coughlin and Thunderfoot are having in these videos. I can't imagine me doing anything other than getting up and walking out of the room. Because who gives a fuck?
It's satire.
Amongst yourselves.
Much smaller.
And sure,
I'd stay and I'd take the piss out of them.
Impersonating.
To make a website. It just happened to
No. Wait him way.
Let him wait, just happened to make a website. It just
Didn't we see this clip already? Why does he repeat
Sure.
clips like this verbatim?
He's got a thick skin and he can handle it.
God.
Like, do you not like the
It's
fact
the
I make all
thickest
these
of
images of you looking, these funny images? You know, I make all these videos for these funny images of you, these drawing like making you look like a terrorist. Do you not like that? Does that get on
I
your
find it
nerves?
hilarious if that happened to me.
I'm sure by pure coincidence, you were the
You know,
first...
almost as offensive as how thin-skinned he is how self-indulgent he is, reusing these clips over and over and over again, belaboring every petty, stupid point as many times as possible. Jesus Christ. Who has all fucking day to watch these videos? Other than us, obviously.
Us.
Possibly
And our fans.
Yeah.
Through a sock puppet in the hope that it could be
And we haven't even got to the juicy stuff yet that'll make the comment section go wild. Feminism stuff.
It's not okay to create a Twitter account impersonating someone using my exact name, both my exact real name and my exact web alias, using my exact avatar. That is to make every effort to impersonate me in order to try and mess up my personal life and by posting lewd and defaming comments to my friends.
I think most people can realise that is taking the piss. Yes? Most people realise that that is not the real Thunderfoot. If they know the real Thunderfoot, wouldn't you think? Your friends would surely know that you're not going to go around to them and go, "Damn, I'd like to plough you like a farm."
Maybe that's why he's so upset. Because he thinks that they might actually believe that it's him. That does sound like something Thunderfoot would say, actually.
Yes. Aye, along with biting knees. But you'd realise, surely, I mean, parody accounts exist. They exist for politicians using the exact politician's name and as close to the politician's real account image as possible, and they take the piss. Now, yes, it's a dick move, but it's an incredibly funny dick move, which lets it get away with.
Well, and also, like, I mean, the audience for a parody account, almost by definition, is almost always at least no larger than the person that they're parodying. So, I mean, for Thunderfoot to make such a big deal over somebody starting an account to take the piss out of him, he's actually sending more people to the account that he's complaining about than would have seen it any other way.
And most people only like a parody account if they agree with it. So these people that like the parody account don't like Thunderfoot full stop.
Yeah.
I'd be more worried if one of my friends actually followed a party account. Then I'd realise, whoa, he doesn't actually like me. Then I'd laugh.
Nor is it okay to promote such activity. And then,
Yes.
of all things, to again post photoshopped pictures of me naked and masturbating to that same account. This is messed up for exactly the same
Oh, I
reasons
remember
that
the
it was
butt
messed
hurt he
up
had over
for
this.
Christian
He's thick-skinned, though. I'd like to remind everybody.
Yep,
He
he's
doesn't really
thick.
care about this.
to try and mess up their
He doesn't really
personal
care about this.
Nope,
But
he
that's
doesn't
just what I
care.
think.
Go ahead and do it, he
What do
said.
you think,
Go ahead and do it.
you thin-skinned?
No,
Yep.
no, water off a duck's back. Like water off a duck's back.
Exact screen name, their exact real name, their exact avatar, and then posting
Oh,
lewd
God.
comments.
Take a drink every time he says exact real name, exact screen name, exact avatar.
I'd be drunk. I've only got like.
How about that, Cartesian theist? Teach us some ethics now, won't you? Is lying and impersonating with malicious intent objectively wrong?
He's a fun.
Nothing's objective. Never mind.
You know, I love Dark Matter. I will never say a single bad thing about him. But this is such petty, small time horseshit. This is a waste of everybody's time who is involved in this. Like Thunderfoot is supposedly this, leading figure in the YouTube atheist community. I mean, who fucking has time for this small time, meaningless horseshit? This is why I try to avoid these sorts of things as often as I can. I don't make drama videos. I don't respond to. Who fucking cares?
Oh dear. Oh boy, it sounds like we had a troll in. Who was it?
Ooh.
Who was the troll? I'm scrolling back up, but I only get so far when I scroll. What? Who? Come on, someone tell me, who was it? Let's have a look. Talking about spirit science, Dragon Ball Z. Oh, it was someone called AK or something.
Yeah, 1AK.
Ah, there they are. I know these dumb fucks are doing a public spanking of Thunderfoot, who has done tons of good work, and that many people would fit the bill better. Well, that's the rules. If you pay Patreon and give us $5 a month, you get to choose a topic, and that was done.
Them's the rules.
Oh boy. Yeah, thanks guys, I've spotted it now. Oh look, there he is there. Yeah, I know that I was dealing with it. It's completely unrelated to what Thunderfoot was dealing with. Oh, someone's pissed off. Hello, 1AK.
Oh, Wise Apple's watching. Hi, Wise Apple.
Hey, Wise Apple.
Yeah.
You're precious, 1AK. We must keep you. We must keep you. How nice. Oh, how nice. Anyway, let's go to Crossing the Line, Part 1.
Yay.
Weird how Windows Media Player made it back-to-back in the wrong order, but never mind. So, who wants to bet that this is another video attacking Coughlin?
You won't lose money betting on that.
No. Oh dear. Oh, look at that. Oh. Thank you, Trolling the Logic.
Wise
Okay.
Apple, I actually waved enthusiastically when I said hi a minute ago. Even though my camera's turned off, I just want you to know that.
Let's get to Thunderfoot of Arabia.
One we hate on YouTube and Photoshop them into various derogatory positions.
Like, do you not like the fact I make all these images of you? Look
Look at
these
that.
funny images.
I called it.
Funny images of you. These
Oh, jeez, I'm not tired of seeing this yet.
exactly on your
This is the
nerves.
first one.
Hey, not
Wow.
fun. I know. I've got an even better idea. Let's
Remember,
Photoshop
he's
some of the
thick-skinned.
pornographic images of
Do you
mass
remember that thing I don't care about? Well, here's another 20-minute video about it.
YouTube username.
He
and
doesn't
then
get any
post that
fucking views from it. Of
material
course he
to
doesn't
them.
care about it
Yeah,
anymore.
this is apparently what YouTube user Coughlin616, aka Coughlin000,
AKA
the drama pin.
Just dropping by to let everyone know that I haven't disappeared completely. And I see that nothing has changed here, so I'm leaving again. Goodbye.
Well,
Come back!
This is the first video, Jason.
discussing the matter.
Remember, he's
You
thick-skinned.
know what we did is satire.
We've seen
Is this
it.
the same video?
This is real penis is much smaller.
It's a different video, at
This is
least
part one.
technically.
It looks like the same video. Are you sure?
Yes. He's just using the same fucking stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll be back.
I noticed someone in the chat said that this is Thunderfoot's editing technique because many of his regular viewers don't get the point until they've had it made for them 3 times. So perhaps that would explain it.
We increased the image size by what, 400%, 500%?
Hold it up. He just happened to make a website. It just happened to
No. Wait him way happened.
Leighton Way just happened to make a website that just happened to have the same name as Thunderfoot.
But remember, folks, he's thick-skinned.
And he so
Yes.
happened to upload a picture of a guy who looked suspiciously like Thunderfoot.
There.
We haven't linked his website and said this guy is this guy. No, he just did sort of massive.
Oh, those were the good old days of Blog TV.
Same name as someone and take it to another last night.
I miss Blog TV.
Unless Thunderfoot is
You know, if this was a comic book, this is how Thunderfoot became a supervillain.
The most
Just saying. And now I'm gone again.
date was when someone else being a pedophile.
Oh, yes, of course, DPR is a pedo. I remember that.
Way beyond conspiring and impersonating someone of the ilk of identity theft and in violation of Californian laws where YouTube is based, such as cyber stalking, impersonation, and arguably cyber squatting.
He does realise that Twitter is not
by creating
part
an
of
account
YouTube,
under their
right?
YouTube username and then posting Photoshop.
I don't get the point of him stating out the Californian Penal Code for YouTube when it's Twitter that he's moaning about.
I don't get the point of a guy who is a highly educated person with a relatively large YouTube audience making stupid, pointless drama videos when he could be making videos arguing against religion, educating people about science. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Oh, well, remember when he had the poll, do you want me to go back to science, do more Muslim stuff? And everyone said science, and he went back to doing more Muslim stuff.
Oh, God.
Images of them masturbating on.
Because he only goes for the views at the time. It's the hot topic just now, so of
He
course.
just happened to make a website. It just happened to
No. Wait him way happened.
Leighton Way just happened to make a website that just happened to have the same name as
Again.
Take a drink.
over and random. And it just
Take a drink whenever he uses this clip.
Guy who looked suspiciously like Thunderfoot.
There.
We haven't linked his website and said this guy is this guy. No, he just did sort of massive coincidence.
I mean, pretty much the only thing you can do that's lower than this would be to create a profile in someone's name and then go and predate on kindergarten-aged children online all the time.
What?
With semi-convincing.
Yes, that's the only thing you could do that would be lower than that. The only thing.
I mean, does anyone seriously doubt that after this display of malevolence, that these people have
Malevolence?
personal details, that they wouldn't post them in a second? And yeah, you can hear these people protesting. But you support Draw Muhammad Day. Isn't that the same thing? No. The Prophet Muhammad isn't a living person and hasn't been for over 1,000 years. Nor is the objective of this protest to personally attack Muhammad, but to reverse the trend of dogma imported by threats of religious violence.
So the only dogma you must have is the House of Atheism.
You're right. I mean, partly based on fear of reprisals against our staff.
These are not subtle or complicated issues. The laws are different for living people and dead ones. You want to create a derogatory photoshopped image of Tutankhamun and create a porn account in their name, I seriously doubt anyone would even raise an eyebrow.
No one cares about you getting photoshopped into it either, Thunderfoot.
And they would.
When you do this about an important living person like me.
Yes.
Does anything.
Of course, YouTube's not going to do anything. It's on fucking Twitter.
Coughlin000, aka who is the ringleader on all this, is a slam dunk. He's categorically violating YouTube rules.
But he's not on YouTube doing it. He's on fucking Twitter.
Coughlin666.
And you have no evidence that it is him.
I love it when people get selectively very, very interested about the rules of YouTube.
Yeah.
You know.
But Aurelius Films is also evidently complicit.
You know what we did? It's satire.
Oh, God.
It was satire because his real penis is much
Next
smaller.
drink.
We had to increase we increased the image size by what, 400%, 500%?
I personally think that YouTube needs to decisively show that it's sort of
I am so glad that's blacked out.
Yes.
Group harassment is not acceptable. I mean, really, derogatory photoshopped images, you can get away with in many cases the satire. And my skin's thick enough to take that.
No, it clearly isn't, dude.
It
clearly isn't.
But when you can't get a rise out of that...
If your skin was thick, you wouldn't have made this video or the other video or half the videos on your channel.
Crosses lines.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have spent months at a time bitching and moaning about Coughlin doing. You would, if your skin was thick, you would have said not a single word about it.
Stalking, threats.
Again, he's doing the whole terms of YouTube.
Privacy and so on.
God.
You know, like the fact I make all these images of you looking, these funny images. I make all these videos of these funny images of you. These, you're like making you look like a terrorist. Do you not like that? Does that get on your nerves a lot? Does it?
I mean, if YouTube is publicly seen to turn a blind eye to things, on this...
Of course, YouTube is against Thunderf00t. That's another common theme he has.
Yes, yes. Clearly, he has not benefited from YouTube at all, and YouTube has had it out for him from day one.
Yeah.
Leave a comment on it. Favorite it. Get it onto YouTube's front page.
Oh, that's so cute. So, this one, I don't think is one of his, but it might be a mirror of his. I can't remember. I think it's one of the supporter videos, which were extremely hard to find. And it's one of his back when he was Dawa. Dawa Films. Oh dear. Right, folks, we're now done. 1k is still trying to prove it. Oh, that it's not as thick-skinned. Oh, how nice. So anyway, this one's called Dawa Films Declares Jihad on Thunderf00t. After petitioning under the Freedom of Information Act and having Dawa Films file transferred from the FBI to CIA, this video has been reinstated.
No idea how awkward.
If you're lucky, and you can find
no
them.
idea.
You can find.
Da, 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 da.
It was a religion of terrorism. It was a religion of barbarism. It was a religion of people that were unintelligent. It was a religion that
Yes,
was a bastardization of everything else.
Yes,
Those are the reasons
Thunderf00t did say
that
that
not only
several
do I
times.
believe in God, but I believe in Islam. Everybody here on YouTube refers to me and knows me by the name Ali, but my real name's Kevin.
What?
Now,
Oh,
one of the users happens to be
it's still
a
Dawa.
woman.
Okay.
Now, of course, I don't agree with what happened.
I've got a funny feeling it's just the clips of Dawa. I should really start vetting these videos.
This girl thinks...
Oh, no, there's Thunderf00t speaking.
Woman. Now, of course, I don't agree with what Anakin did, and I don't think she should have filed the DMCA. But at the same time, I don't agree with what bigots have been saying to her, or their constant harassment. I'm talking to you, Thunderf00t. The fact that you're making this video, as you stated yourself, because you don't respect her for the simple fact that she wears a scarf on her head.
What is she wearing?
Oh, you couldn't pick a better image, could you, Thunderf00t?
This girl thinks that that she respects him.
Oh, derp.
You have any sort of authority to speak on their behalf. I mean, what? Your last relationship was with a coke-snorting bisexual who eventually left you for another woman.
That sounds like
burn.
Disrespect a woman for wearing something on her head because she feels more dignified that way and she wants to follow her beliefs.
what? Right. Look, I don't think Thunderfoot realizes that taking the piss out of a woman because she chooses to wear her headscarf is exactly the same as being forced to. And this is why Dawa Films is taking him on, saying, "Look, she can do what if she chooses to wear this. You should be taking the piss out of her for it."
Yeah, I mean, having a problem with women having to cover their heads in Islam it's a perfectly fine thing to have a problem with, but the individual women who wear it should not be the target of your ire.
Yeah, it should be the people that enforce it.
Yeah. You want to change the culture, you want to educate people, you want to bring people around to respect women's rights. Well, you don't do that by bullying and degrading the women.
No. You educate the culture.
Yeah. That's what's known as an awkward sound effect, kids.
Yeah. It's almost as good as the awkward turtle, which you cannot see me doing.
You see, free speech is not only the right for one to speak, but it's also the right of one not to be harassed by bigots all the time.
So if I'm doing an awkward turtle and no one can see it, does that make it an awkward ninja turtle?
Nice. I think it's more like Schrodinger's awkward turtle. You might be doing it and you might not be. We can never actually know.
Quantum awkward turtle.
Exactly.
It's being treated like dirt.
Fun.
You've been attacked because
Wait. I missed what that was saying. So what Dawa Films is saying here that Thunderfoot bears responsibility for what his subscribers do. It's like saying that all Muslims bear responsibility for having 9/11 because Osama bin Laden had subscribed to the Quran. No, false analogy. Thunderfoot does bear some small amount of responsibility for what his subscribers do in the regards that he highlights the issues. But all Muslims don't highlight terrorism. Whoops, did I just fast forward that? My bad.
right to be protected from
It's here somewhere. There we go.
How can you even tell?
being treated like dirt. You've been attacked because you degrade American. See, people have the right
nice bit of editing there,
have the right to be
Thunderfoot.
protected. You've been attacked because you degrade American. See, people have
That's a wonderful bit of fucking editing there, Thunderfoot. Seamless. No one ever spotted that.
is being treated like dirt. You've been attacked because you degrade
Skywalker.
See, people have the right to be safe. They have a right to be protected from that. A pretty little thing. I can call you Phil, right? I mean, what would you right, Thunderfoot? Say that you can't respect a Muslim woman because she wears a sheet on her head and because she follows Islam?
Oh, there we go. This, people, is what we call playing with emotions.
Thunderfoot has such a light touch
Doesn't he
as an
just?
editor. Very editorial, very light.
Very subtle.
Yes, very subtle.
Silence! Silence! Thunderfoot. Silence! You know, I wonder what someone...
Yes, let's quote Jeff Dunham for our side. That's a great takeaway.
That's brilliant, yeah.
I wonder
I'm sure Jason, if he was here, would love that.
Oh, yes.
About other people. Thunderfoot. Silence! Which is why I sent every single one of them your videos, your statements.
Yes, that's a dick move, and don't try to get someone sacked on this on the internet for what they do.
I kill you! Respect American, respect American, respect American. What you did,
American?
American. You have absolutely zero empathy.
I might have to use in the future. Respect Fabrican. Respect Fabrican.
Yeah. But they also have the right to make American own private American. It was kind of interesting.
Right. Shots on Bablican.
So I guess the only thing I can say about Thunderfoot is I have to admit that I also support terrorism.
Oh, that was subtle. That was subtle there. I get the feeling that this is not actually Thunderfoot's video. This is actually the supporter that's cut a bit of Thunderfoot's video and is trying his best to make Dawa Films look like a terrorist. Because that was subtle there, nice bit of jump cutting there to make it seem like Dawa is saying he supports terrorism.
Like borderline borderline insanity. Extremist, hypocrite. You took the risk when you went on a public forum. Thunderfoot.
You see, you complain about being excommunicated from your community. I, too, have been excommunicated from my community. But that's okay.
This is some of Sacha Baron Cohen's lesser seen work.
At some point, yes.
It's about as subtle as Sasha's acting.
People think that I'm terrorist. I don't understand.
At least
why.
Sasha is funny with it.
I don't understand why. I am just fighting the Western big dogs.
Science and education for the win.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course the CIA care about Dawa films. Of course, because the CIA care about all YouTubing Muslims. Okay, what? Rad Fems are as bad as MRAs. What? Have we got some feminists in here?
No. Perish the
Got
thought.
some MRAs in here as well. Because I'd like to say I am not a feminist, I'm a humanist. I believe everyone should have equal rights.
I would like to say I am a feminist, and I also believe everybody should have equal rights. And the people in the chat talking about the trans exclusionary radical feminists, I agree. That's a problem. I would call that a problem within the feminist movement, and I would also like to note that it is almost entirely other feminists who are providing the most useful responses to those voices, not the MRAs and the other irrelevant people from outside the movement. It's other feminists.
Jonathan there. Seriously though, Thunderfoot's a nobody. Cash, you get in the chat now for some explaining. Gazzy, you got some explaining to do. Oh boy. I will say, in the future, we are going to cover the MRAs, but we'll also be covering for RadFems.
Okay, I'm back for a few minutes.
Because all extremes of any subject are fucking retards.
What did I miss? Did I miss anything good?
You missed some subtle editing of Dawa.
Dawa edited something?
No. Some supporter of Thunderfoot tried to make it out that Dawa Films was a terrorist that was looked after by the CIA.
Hell, both of them are probably on NSA watch lists by this point.
So this one is death threats from moderate Muslims. Is it me or is Live as Windows video player seem to lump all this in one big go? Not be anything here. Death threats from moderate Muslims. Do you find it bad?
Oh, I get those all the time.
This is a Thunderfoot video.
I can't turn a corner without getting a death threat from a moderate Muslim.
If you ever
All I want to do is buy donuts in the morning. I don't need a fatwa.
If I want to have some bacon with breakfast, that's my goddamn business.
That's right. Just drive my bus. Teach my children.
Moderate Muslim that follows me around, man. Every time I turn around, he's showing me a bit of dynamite.
That's right. If you're an inner city black man who's been raised as a Muslim and you're not fighting against the actions of terrorists in another country that you've never been to, then you're just as bad as them, I think.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah. Our only solution is to kill you. I mean, to hide you away.
Alright, I'll be right back again.
Good grief, man.
Just say you have diarrhea, Jason. We don't.
All that fantasy.
Judge. Oh, that fantasing.
That's Thunderfoot spelling for you. Educated man, remember, folks.
Well, it's again, his degree is chemistry, not English.
A self-proclaimed moderate Muslim reading from the Quran. Collar shrink, a broken man. What you gonna do?
Right,
Come to
because-
America and start gunning people down on the street who disagree with you? Is that how you
send you to the God that you wish you knew.
All I hear is the mumbling of a coward who thinks that in the
Now,
West...
can I just
people
say
are
that Dawa Films is not a moderate Muslim. I believe he's in Malaysia just now. He's never been a moderate Muslim. He tries to portray himself as such, but no, he's not a moderate.
If only you make enough death threats. Nah, it's not going to happen. Not the mumblings of some religious cowards, no matter how psychotic they are.
Yeah.
And even if your religion does make you deranged enough to kill an unarmed proponent of free speech on the streets of America...
Of course you're a proponent of free speech. That's why you burned their Quran.
That is, even if you manage to re-import Islamic terrorism into the
Oh,
US,
Christ.
all you'll do is one concept that free people have the
All
right
Muslims
to say
did
what
support
they want
this,
with the
remember,
blood of the
in
soul.
Thunderf00t's
And
world.
in doing so, that concept will become essentially immortal.
There are no
Enveloping
moderate Muslims in
impervious to
the
primitive
world of
lowlifes such as
Thunderf00t.
yourself. You see, the way that I look at it is you have nothing to bargain with but death threats. But it's an empty bluff. All it takes to expose the impotence of your limp and flaccid cowardice is for people to call you on your paper-thin bravado.
Can you spell flash
You
at
have nothing,
Thunderf00t?
and we have nothing.
How many C's?
After that, all you can do is broadcast to the world that you're a bunch of nasty, deranged religious...
Again, these are not moderates.
...barbaric Middle Eastern cult by killing a few brave men who refuse to submit to your tyranny. For the defense of that timeless creed that sums up the spirit of a free people. Calling your bluff is cheap at the price. So there's this
Once
Muslim
again-
guy who makes the weakestly veiled death threats.
Oh, this was
suggesting
Muslim
his
guy that you've
religion
never dealt with
gives him the
before, right,
to
Thunderf00t?
kill people. That's claimed most violent
In any way at
are
all.
tried to stay clear of.
We wouldn't recognise him if we
But
looked
more
at earlier
specifically,
videos at all, would we?
Beating around the bush, he actually comes to the conclusion that gives him the right to specifically kill me. Under some contrived circumstances, of course.
You know,
and for
what
those
I'm really
who are
looking forward to
Here is the clip.
is when we do the Bionic dance.
In full.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the full quote.
Watch
There is
Jason
no way.
hang himself when he realises he's got 4 hours of Bionic dance to listen to.
This is the... And I'll be frank, the hate and spite in this guy's facial expressions says it all. Just look at the eyes.
Thunderfoot,
Yes, because your eyes can tell you everything.
and people who think like you.
He's not moderate,
You ever-
Thunderf00t. He never has been.
Try to awaken
Stop trying
any
to
sort
claim
of
it otherwise.
giant that is hostile.
See? This is how
to any
Thunderf00t
Muslim
acts.
or non-Muslim
He
innocent
claims
person,
he's a moderate, but he's not, and Thunderf00t knows he's not a moderate.
as mandated in the Quran, and the true interpretation of the Sharia that all true Muslims and the majority of the Muslims in the world share. We Muslims, the servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and our non-Muslim
Seen this clip
allies,
before?
will send you to the God that you wish,
Very nice.
not as a threat, not as a promise, but a mandate of justice.
Remember, this is our thin-skinned Thunderf00t here.
Yeah, and he's making this video about a guy who, you know, however big of an asshole you think he is, he had an audience that was never even a fraction as big as Thunderfoot's was. He was a relative nobody. He was completely irrelevant, and I mean, I'm sure more people know who Dawa Films was from Thunderfoot than from actually watching and enjoying his videos.
Yeah, I've only watched 2 Dawa films.
Yeah. But by all means, let's continue to, you know, have a Thunderfoot, who I think has something like 300,000 subs at this point.
Qualified
You
statement
know,
that
let's make
later
videos about people that have 5,000 sub channels, as though they're making such a huge difference that they must be challenged and they must be opposed, lest civilization itself fall. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I'm sure you can find some video about Abdul,
not only to make the
blah
same
blah
or lack
blah,
of
the
distinction
cleric
himself,
guy
but to presume to
with
speak
one
Muslims
arm.
himself.
and the true interpretation of the Sharia that all true Muslims and the majority of the Muslims in
Yes,
the
it's
world
a no
share.
true Scotsman. We know that.
We Muslims, the servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and our non-Muslim allies, will send you to the God
See,
that you
now,
wish you
he's saying that Muslims and non-Muslims will send you to the gods that you think you believe.
not as a
So it's
threat,
not just Muslims,
not
Thunderf00t.
as a promise,
But of course, the buzzword at the time was Muslims, so
but a mandate of justice.
that's what was fucking focused on.
So, yeah, I do a couple of videos basically spotlighting who this angry young Muslim thinks his religion permits, requires, and demands him to kill. Anyway, I'm getting on with my life a few months later, and someone messages me telling me that this guy, Dawa Films, has been hunting for my docs for months with malevolent intent. And in Dawa Films' own words, you realise that if we find out, it's the end for Thunderfoot. The moment we find out where he teaches, and that the last resort is to hack into his channel, not the main channel, Beauty in the Universe. He won't notice. Won't. And for those who would prefer to hear it straight from his mouth,
But I'm sorry.
Look, the guy was a dick, we know that.
Absolute nonsense.
But this is ridiculous, the
Yeah.
level he goes to
And
here.
everything that's been exposed about it. But that was your intention. And you even went so far as to suggest hacking into his account to get the information that you required.
Okay, I've already stated.
No, we're already there, pal.
Yeah.
All right. Even though nobody's going to believe me that I made that comment in jest, that still was
But it
inappropriate.
was only a
to me.
joke.
All right, and I never went through with it.
yeah, what would you know? That kind of brings the poster boy for Islamic stupidity back onto the
He's
way.
not the poster
And
boy for
those think
Islam.
that's not a
He's
bit
not the poster boy for anything. He had like 5,000 subs.
why-
He
why
wasn't
would
even the
he
poster
be
boy for Islam on
perfect
YouTube.
divine-
No.
The perfect man. Sorry, the perfect illiterate man at the age of
That's
50,
rich coming from you who
marrying
can't
her at the
spell.
age of 7.
Yeah, let's be careful about these sorts of things.
All I can say is that Islam must have very low standards for the
Two rabbits, two
perfect
cups.
man.
Man, I'd like to see that
So
porn
anyway,
video.
when all this
It's
becomes
hot.
public, yeah, what do you know? He's the victim again. Apparently, he didn't realise that if you thrust yourself into the public arena and issue some weakly veiled death threats,
Irony!
people-
Irony! Irony!
bullshit.
Sorry, that's my
It's
irony
one of
alarm.
those
I've just
things,
installed.
it's like and then bitching like hell when some folks start throwing punches back. The
Yes,
bizarre thing
a
is,
small
first we
person
tried
in
some
YouTube community
Yeah.
started making videos to you,
saying that
and then you blew it out of all proportion.
You can see it on his own screen caps. That one video that he highlighted, 14,000 something views.
Yeah.
Compared to the average Thunderfoot video, that's nothing.
card. He decided to go on this.
This is beneath him. This is a waste of his time. Even if you're a Thunderfoot fan, how can you not be just embarrassed as shit at these sorts of videos?
To ignore
And the thing is, he's trying to claim that all moderate Muslims are sending death threats like this.
Yeah,
Directly
yeah, exactly.
complained when he gets
A
criticism
moderate Muslim sends a death threat. There's a very strong implication there.
in order
Yeah.
to criticize others. Still not getting the message, he investigates trying to sue me for slander.
I then went to legal counsel as he suggested that it would be very difficult for me to do. I also didn't have the means and money to do so.
Yeah, that really does bring back all too familiar echoes of PCS and how the world works. And no doubt they laughed at it. You know, yeah, you can't really sue someone for saying something that's evidently true. The irony, of course, being is that he had no problem whatsoever in engaging in such activities himself.
He brought my
Yes, he was a
internet
dick. You were a dick. Get over it,
He brought my internet
Mr.
life
Thick Skin.
by calling
Yeah,
in
really.
I have a question. Is it a fact? Does anyone know that he actually did this FBI? Because I've never seen a confirmation of that. Is that true? First of all, that's what I've asked for months, and I've even discussed with you. I've never. I mean, how do you confirm that? How do we confirm that even happened?
We have no recording of the issue. However, we have several eyewitnesses that were there. Even some people in this room right now were there on May 15th when he had analysis and in a discussion.
God, why? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
They were all there. They saw it. He openly announced that he had done so, and that is when people were telling me what had happened.
So he openly announced this, that he
Yeah.
had contacted the FBI.
Happy Cavi's not the best.
Yes.
Bullshit! Now, as it happens, I am in contact with the FBI and have been, as you may expect, for some time. I mean, that Molly
Why?
Norris woman recently went into hiding over Joel Mohammed Day, and I'm pretty close to the top of the list that she's on.
Of
So,
course
yeah,
he is,
maybe I'm a
yes.
little more
He's very important, you know.
Very important.
He's a very important, relevant person.
Our films was a joke. I mean, don't get me wrong, that angry young Muslim man.
Wait. Did he just say that him saying that he was calling in the FBI was just a joke? Because I need to install a hypocrite alarm now. as well. Because he was just moaning about that as well just earlier from Dawa films.
Usually blurting out what he actually thinks makes him a great poster boy for Islamic stupidity. And of course, well, the
Hypocrite!
minuscule
There we go.
minority of the world's second largest religion that's willing to undertake the almost comical task of trying to defend Islam. But I certainly wouldn't waste the FBI's time out Dawa films.
No, you just waste our
But
time.
yeah, saying that I reported Dawa films to the FBI is demonstrably wrong.
Can you
And
demonstrate
for
it
him
then?
to report such malicious falsehoods as true is pretty much exactly what slander laws
Well,
all
demonstrate it then.
about. Naturally, the
If it's
poster boy
demonstrably
becomes
wrong,
completely
you can
useless
demonstrate
without
that.
the inherent irony
Go on.
that's in that. In his mind, such slander should preclude.
You've already admitted you're in touch with the FBI, so go
As a
on.
beautiful educator myself, I know how this goes. All right, first off, he would either been reprimanded, and if he would have lost his job, it would have been his own fault.
And one should be held accountable for one's actions. But of course, he doesn't think him engaging in such activities should preclude him from teaching publicly, or indeed that he should be held accountable for his actions.
Yeah, this is nonsense coming from people saying, I'm sick and tired of this, okay? I'm going to say this right now. I'm sick and tired of people suggesting
You're all fat, dumb, worthless failures of America, you're precious. USA is dead like you are beside something loser America. I miss Blog TV and its trolls.
Okay, my wife is gone. The last injection finally took.
Yay!
Remember,
Freedom!
And how do I celebrate? With this.
Welcome back, my friend.
Whatever.
Please, Steve. You remember a point where Thunderfoot was taking the piss out of Dawa films for being illiterate, unable to.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Look at that! Look at that criticism there.
Yeah.
I wonder, maybe he should put that under. That should replace Science for the Win under his stuff. I want immunity from criticism.
Yeah, is there another prominent YouTube atheist who throws more of a hissy fit at the slightest hint of criticism, however you spell that word, than Thunderfoot?
I could name a few.
Bionic Dance.
That's pretty much all we ever do. That was a bad joke because it's pretty much all we ever do is throw hissy fits when people criticize us. But
for his action. Okay, I am tired of this bullshit. It has nothing to do with my religion.
Are we literally watching a video about a chat?
Thunderfoot literally made this video
Announced this, that
about
he
a chat.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Yeah, Thunderfoot recorded the Blog TV.
That's something a well-adjusted person does.
Yeah.
They're going to talk about me on Blog TV tonight. I'm going to record it and then make a video about it.
That's someone who doesn't have a date. That's something that someone who doesn't have friends to hang out with. You know, like the losers who spend all Saturday afternoon watching YouTube videos.
Your life.
I know what you mean.
Like,
That cuts a little close. That cuts a little close to the bone. I don't know if
it's
I like that
supposed to
so
cut close to the bone.
If we can't say these things, then who can?
The first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem.
That's right. You can't change what you don't acknowledge.
Why did you have to talk like Buffalo Bill when you said it?
Would you change what you don't acknowledge?
Of course, it's that
changed
I
it
sound
so.
my ass off when I heard
This is never be here.
Does he really think my
I approve of
And
Thunderfoot.
if that wasn't enough, just put
You'll never be Atticus.
the largest
Never.
organization in the world.
Don't try to replace him!
Atticus. Why haven't you been in here to say someone should die or cunt?
Cunt.
It's not the same.
The whole thing is just hollow.
Him and his tutor are just listening to this, laughing at us.
YouTube thought he was a crybaby. Legal for
Well, he gets his money's worth out of these graphics.
Well, you could have ignored him. Let's be real. Do you think this is the sort of personality?
So how many fights have broken out in the chat?
Oh, there's one Thunderfoot supporter that's prominent,
sort of person who would broadcast
and that's one a kid.
He's that
He's precious. We want to keep him.
He also apparently has a problem with quote faggots unquote and feminists. So.
Wow.
Okay.
I feel like singing some Frank Zappa to him.
We'll send you to the
So
garden.
it's him against the world, I guess.
Yeah. Of course, don't forget, this entire video is to try and make you think that moderate Muslims send death threats.
Dawa always has this kind of future cult leader vibe to him.
Yeah. Dawa was a prick.
Wow, ego vendetta.
Yeah.
If he ever loses the Thunderfoot handle, he could always have ego vendetta as his name.
That should be his handle. Ego Vendetta.
Ego vendetta would be an awesome Bond villain name.
Oh yes.
Who's my target this week? It's a philanthropist named Ego Vendetta Bond.
Oh.
I'll just go flirt with Moneypenny and then be on my way.
Oh, you know, that would be amazing if what Google says is true. There, the user Google there. He wonders if Thunderfoot is recording us right now to make a response.
Oh. And because this is going to run like 3 or 4 hours, Thunderfoot's response will be like 12 hours long.
Yeah.
It's cute that you guys think we're going to get a response from Thunderfoot.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
I know, it'd be awesome, but no, not likely to happen.
I'm
No,
going to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
no problem.
Oh no, we're tag teaming.
Yeah. Here, Google, it's criticism with a C. There's only one S in criticism.
Look, it's a free country. He can put as many S's in it as he wants.
I just don't want him to be like Thunderfoot. Yeah, I'd just like to point out, now we're an hour and 45 minutes in, this channel does not take itself seriously.
No. How are we supposed to take everything brother? Who is advertising this channel as serious debate?
I don't know. We had someone criticizing us for not doing scientific debates over videos that we watch.
Right.
I'd like to know how we can do a scientific debate over training videos or sex ed videos.
Or fairy videos, or crystal healing, or any of the bullshit that we've covered.
Yeah. We're not serious, folks. We take the piss out of things. We just don't be as polite about it as Mr. Science here. Well, this one here is called Doc Dropping Dawa Films by Thunderfoot.
Or Muslims.
It's a new one?
It's another one.
Insult Islam. We will hunt you down and kill you. The self-declared moderates merely say, if you insult Islam,
Oh God, are we still watching this?
I wish this was something.
Yes, we are.
Regrettably, it's not.
So who do you think reuses clips more? PETA or Thunderfoot?
I don't know, that's a dead heat. If Thunderfoot ever went to go work for PETA, it would just be a clip recycling hellhole.
I think the universe would implode.
Dividing by zero.
What Dawa Films is doing, or trying to do to me. Thankfully, as with so many who
And
promote
he's not a
Islam
moderate
by one
Muslim,
route
he
or
never
another,
was.
their degree in Islamic
And
studies
again,
might
compared to
overlook.
Thunderfoot, had a tiny audience, is completely irrelevant. Not the sort of person Thunderfoot should be even addressing.
Has he completely disappeared and moved on with his life?
Dawa Films?
Students,
Yeah.
He's in Malaysia somewhere. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I think he's learning to be a cleric or something.
Firstly, the details he's got it wrong, to the point where he has zero chance of getting me fired. Secondly, does he really think that a university would base its hiring and firing policy on this sort of childish and vitriolic untruth-telling marathon, of which this is merely...
Well, maybe not on his part.
Yeah, and how is this worth anyone's time?
This has been my question the whole night.
Nothing, yeah, if it affects nothing and you're untouchable, then why is it worth a video? I don't understand.
None of it is. The fascination with interpersonal drama on YouTube has been beyond me from the first time I started watching videos. I can't imagine why anybody gives a shit about any of this.
Hey man, my drama's real, man.
Priorities are, right?
Thirdly, of course, the arguments stand on their merits. This is
I mean, I've only had
been
drama
through the
twice in
open
my
forum of
channel.
ideas on YouTube.
The first one,
Roundly thought this
and that was
guy
just
a
because I was pissing myself laughing the entire way through it.
very angry
The other one was Sky's
with
in me 7,
ego and a penchant for playing the professional victim.
because he offered
Then,
me a
of course,
death threat, so I was
complained
like,
to
fuck you.
YouTube. They saw right through these victim tactics.
Okay, here's a good rule. Don't use comments from your own videos to bolster your argument.
It doesn't help.
True.
Yeah.
Really. What in the name of
Unless you're citing them as proof that this
makes him
person
think
has
that
said such a
academics would
thing.
come
Like
to
in my
any
case,
other
when I use my
conclusion?
comments that he left in my
It's
video
baffling. It's
to
almost
show
like
that he's
child
offering
running
me
from
death threats.
parent to
That's
parent,
Sky
proving
Limit 7, not
against
Thunderf00t.
reality. That one of them's suddenly going to say, yeah, sure. No, it's a good thing that you play with matches when not. This all brings back echoes of P.C. Myers dealing with that other religion heavy on sex with children, the Catholic Church, demanding.
It's kind of cute now to see PC
Yeah,
Myers.
to see him using P.Z. Myers in his arguments.
That they
Before he decided to burn that bridge and pollute the river that the bridge was over, and
and all that it did was
Those were the days.
Irony! Irony!
The
Irony!
belief that magical incantations will turn it into celestial zombie flesh. Then I am to respect the idea that your religion gives you a mandate to kill
Stop calling him a moderate
As
Muslim.
mandated in the Quran, and the true interpretation of the Sharia that all true Muslims
Taking
and the
our
majority of
shots.
the Muslims in the world share. We Muslims, the servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and our non-Muslim allies,
Say that 3 times
which
fast.
true Muslims are you talking about? Are you talking about the Shia? The
ones
how
who
many
have the
different-
correct version.
Oh, right. Okay, I forgot.
The ones who have the one correct version of Islam.
privacy of their own home or on their own blog.
Obviously, it's
Just like
they're
the
all
ones,
moderate.
the Christians who have the one correct version of Christianity, Episcopalianism.
And half of my time
Well, you know, this really is important because, you know, when I was talking to the 7-Eleven clerk about the huge argument between Thunderfoot and Dawa Films, we just talked about it forever and ever.
The whole country was talking about it.
Yeah, I remember the Frontline episode that went into detail about all that.
That was I believe that was a
Drama.
3-parter.
I can't wait until what is it? David McEwen comes out with his book about it. Oh, wait, he's dead. Who's a good historian right now?
I don't know, but I can hear the Frontline narrator talking about this now.
Tonight on Frontline.
Tonight on Frontline.
Pointless drama.
A tiny irrelevant corner of the internet was enthralled for weeks.
You turned into Rod Serling.
Sure, if you will.
But real death.
Can we hurry this up? I have 5 more cigarettes to smoke.
When I've agreed, when one of my friends has asked me to participate in a ponage of Thunderfoot videos that's going to last 5 hours, I smoke Chesterfield.
That's not the punishment.
what is the punishment?
From my understanding, it may be limited. It's actually beheading.
Beheading. And you're comfortable with that?
We don't feel any pain with it. That's the first thing.
You don't feel any pain with it.
He has a point!
Identity going into
Step
hiding.
number 1, only debate with crazy people.
Only broadcasting her personal details. Other Muslims can voice the concerns that they have to her family, her friends, co-workers, and employers, just to tell them how bigoted and offensive her views are. Yeah, it's almost benign and innocent intent. Muslim standards.
Why don't you bring up the fact that moderate Christians don't say fucking peep about the Westboro Baptist Church or what the Republican Party does in the name of their religion or in the name of Jesus or any of that? Why is it that Christians get a fucking free pass when it comes
Listen,
to...
it's because Muslims aren't white people, and if you're a member of a group that isn't white people, it's your responsibility to make sure that the white people are soothed and are okay with it and aren't going to get too worried about it.
I'm going to hunt you down and
What about the white Muslims? The people
There aren't
who are
any
white
of those. Muslims aren't white.
Those creationists, even past the nastiest of Scientologists. But if no one holds the line, then the line is lost. And if you allow yourself to be terrorized...
Thunderfoot is holding the line.
I know, he's holding the line. He woke a sweeping giant. He's
advertises your personal...
Mr. Big Dick Atheist.
I'm going to find a fucking religion at this rate.
Just happens to be Islam.
If he says it enough and he holds the line enough, he'll wind up on CNN as a commentator, like DJ did.
Once.
Once.
The thin atheist line.
Cause real
atheist line.
Another to myself. You do realize that if we find out it's the end for Thunderfoot, the moment we find out where he teaches. But not one step backwards, not one iota will I yield to the religion that uses intimidation to silence me.
Thunderfoot, nothing happened to you.
Oh.
Nothing.
It's a good thing he's not melodramatic and self-mythologizing, isn't it?
And necessary
man.
support.
Don't put Thunderfoot on the cross. Nobody puts
300
Thunderfoot.
years from now, while we're flooded out, there's going to be a guy sitting around a campfire. Gather round, children, while I sing you the folk song of T-Foot and his fight for atheism.
So some asshole on the internet with a relatively small YouTube channel tried to start some shit with him at work, and all of a sudden he's like Captain Picard in fucking Star Trek First Contact. The line must be drawn here.
Oh, you mean not Picard? You mean the Picard that I've never seen before?
No, Father!
I've suddenly got bipolar disorder!
He had to put his bitch pants on to fight the Borg. He opened the bottom drawer under his bed and he got his bitch out and he put his bitch on to fight the Borg.
Oh, 1RK. 1RK is going to pay us to do a spanking of feminism, which I've already said we're going to fucking do. Mind you, it's a bad thing we do, but...
What are we actually responding to people in the chat?
I figured it'd be more fun if we could actually get some proper Thunderfoot trolls in, but we only got the one.
You sound disappointed.
We must guard him and keep him safe. Wrap me cotton wool. Double wrap. I think we're on to our first Thunderfoot feminism video. Woo!
Is it? Because there's a woman in it?
Yeah.
What's the video title?
Donglegate.
It's what?
Donglegate.
I don't even remember what Donglegate is.
I don't even fucking know what it is. We'll soon find out, I'm sure, under Thunderfoot's view, where he never actually shows the entire view of the person he's opposing.
This is Adria Richards, a good, honest feminist who believes in a power of
Told ya!
And that's really when I started getting more in touch with praying and doing yoga. And one of the things that would always be in my prayer is I would ask God to, help me surround myself with positive people.
That's always worthwhile to pray to
Stay
nobody.
off the internet.
Yeah.
Stay off the internet.
And I want to leave a legacy as well. A legacy of change, a legacy of inspiration, a legacy of
So where's the controversy that caused
integrity?
She sounds like just someone I'm talking to in the lunchroom at work.
Has she considered burning hard drives containing the Quran?
I know, witty pun on the word dongle, piece of hardware used for software protection, but also as a man's sexual organs. I know, contain yourselves. I mean, dongle jokes are clearly just such an offensive subject that they would never be included in, say, for instance, soup.
Now, I'm into all sorts of innuendo. I cut my teeth on Bottom, for fuck's sake. Which, for those of you who don't know, you should go check it out. It's an amazing show, hilarious stuff. But I've not really heard dongle used to mean a penis.
Well, you don't live in the United States.
A phallus, if you'd like.
Over here, everything means penis.
Yeah, everything means penis in the U.S.
Everything.
I guess you've just got to learn the proper technique of innuendo and use it at the right time.
I thought innuendo meant that everything meant penis.
Yeah, that's what I was taught in English class.
Yeah, that's what they taught us. Yeah, double entendre, something that stands for a penis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, so many ways.
And you can say it like that. You can say, "Hey, baby, come here and suck my double entendre." See,
Yeah.
anything can be used for penis.
Yeah.
It's quite liberating.
I was taught that all poetic devices are just ways of saying penis without saying penis.
Yeah.
Onomatopoeia, synecdoche, it's all penis.
No. All poetic devices are ways of trying to get laid when you're a poet. If you want a true class in innuendo, you must indeed watch Bottom. All 3 series of it. It's Rick Mayall and Ed Edmondson. It's amazing.
Are we getting paid for this plug? Can we continue with the show?
This hour of A Very Public Spanking Up is brought to you.
It's been brought to you by the BBC.
This is exactly the sort of sexual harassment that needs to be stamped out at conferences.
Wow, 2 whole people got fired over dongle. Hey, guess what? There's about, a couple hundred women that probably got fired because they're women.
From jewelry and saying things that people might find offensive.
Remember, this is Thunderfoot.
We're not asking for anything crazy, just basic.
Can I just remind people, this is Thunderfoot who thinks that if a woman agrees to sex and you start the business of snogging and feeling up each other, and then she freezes and says no, it's okay to carry on because she agreed in the first place to say yes to sex.
Oh, okay.
Now, he did this. He actually said that on Twitter. I was watching that night and took the piss out of him on it that night as well at the time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's nice to know that women have less rights than saying get a tattoo, where when you start getting a tattoo and you said yes and you paid your money and then you suddenly decide that it's painful and you don't want it to continue, they'll stop. They don't just sit there and go, no, and then they tape
said
their
yes!
You said yes! We're not until we're finished.
Don't forget,
Choices have consequences.
And don't forget, Thunderfoot doesn't agree that there's bodily saying no, a way of bodily saying no, that only verbal confirmation is required.
Oh, I'm sure if he believes that, eventually someone will bodily say no to him.
Yeah.
Oh, so that we can say, the sort of thing like making fake jewelry and intentionally offending people is not okay.
So, a quick summary. Andrea Richards.
Can we get some context as to what she was saying, please, Thunderfoot?
Can you please quote someone that people know? Not some woman who wants to make a video on YouTube about how she only wants positive people in her life?
Yeah, can you please explain why I should give a shit about anything that this pleasantly silly woman has to say?
Or some woman at a jewelry convention?
Yeah,
Stop. In her blog, she actually says, I realized that I had to do something, or she would never have a chance to learn and love programming, because these arse clowns behind
So because some people were making jokes that made someone uncomfortable, she spoke up.
I'm sure
I don't see the point in arguing against that.
Are a significant barrier to entry.
There are rules about the workplace. Sexist jokes are generally one of the ones that are not allowed.
Procedure for reporting this heinous crime. She takes their picture and tweets it to some 10,000 people on Twitter.
Oh no, 10,000 whole people?
More justice than raising...
Ah, right, I see. So because this woman that was quoted saying that's shown as saying positive, the men, thingamajigs, are out surrounding her. I had to overhear some people at a conference saying that they wanted to fuck the speaker, had some big dongle jokes about dicks, and said, this is disgusting on Twitter, which a lot of people would do. They take the picture, this is disgusting. Thunderfoot is protecting the guys that were making sexist jokes because...
Because if you have an opinion about sexist jokes, you should just keep it to yourself, apparently.
Yeah.
The pressing issue of dongle jokes to the conference organisers. Anyway, subsequently, one of the guys gets fired, and sometime later, so does Adria.
Probably because he was there for his job.
Stating that, in the light of...
It was a tech conference. He was probably there to do his job.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to represent the company, and making sexist jokes is not representing the company. And this is a really shitty company.
The event over the last 48 or so hours, it has become obvious that Adria's actions have strongly divided the same community she was supposed to unite. As a result,
that must feel familiar, eh, Thunderfoot?
What's that like?
First, they managed to stay away from words like trying to incite a lynching or mob justice. But instead, they simply state her decision to tweet the comments and photographs of the people who made the comments crossed the line.
Right.
Now, from where I'm standing, this is just political correctness gone wild.
There we go. That's
From where I'm standing, I'm doing something else because I don't see how anybody could give a shit about any of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually the first line that someone makes when they are a bigot. It's PC gone easy. It's political correctness gone mad, I tell you.
People making jokes between themselves is none of your bloody business.
Unless they are representing the company and you can overhear them.
Yeah.
And even if you find that humour offensive.
If you find it offensive...
even if I find it offensive, I shouldn't be offended?
Exactly.
You should not tell anyone, because that is wrong. You have overheard their private conversation.
It's
Oh,
only
okay.
okay to be outraged at something if it's something that Thunderfoot is outraged about too, and then it's okay to make multiple videos about it to your audience of thousands of people.
Okay.
It's only okay to raise a problem in the workforce if you're in the office and you overheard someone making a sexist joke. That's them breaking the company law, the company agreement that they signed, which is the contract that they signed. That's harassment in a form. It's passive victimization, I believe. Because
Okay.
although it's not directly to them,
Okay.
White House Correspondents' Dinner roasting the president. Now, these are a selection of jokes that would fall under the sexist, racist, or exclusionary jokes that are not appropriate for PyCon.
There's a slight difference between a person that was hired, signed a contract, and is getting paid to do something to an audience that is expecting offensive jokes at the expense of the president, and two juvenile dickheads sitting in an audience behind you.
Yeah. It's just, dude, let it go. Make whatever jokes you want, but understand that some people might not like the joke.
Oh, how
That's
about
just fucking life.
next generation?
false analogy anyway.
It's like boxing a glacier. Enjoy that metaphor, by the way, because your grandchildren will have no idea what a glacier is.
Sadly true.
It's not even a joke.
The racial financial inequities of Washington, D.C.
Mayor Nagin is here from New Orleans, the chocolate city. Yeah, give it up. Mayor Nagin, I'd like to welcome you to Washington, D.C.
What point is he proving here?
A marshmallow center.
So what's wrong about that joke exactly?
There's no point to any of this. It's a false analogy.
And a graham cracker crust of corruption.
So where does this list
It's a
under
Malamar.
as
That's what I'm describing.
racist,
It's a Malamar.
bigoted, or sexist
Racial
joke that's not appropriate?
But I think he could have done better by making it a rich white center. Yeah, the financial inequities of the capital of the United States.
Well, it's nice to know that a chemist will tell a professional comedian how to do his job.
Let's not rewrite Stephen Colbert's jokes, shall we?
Malamar, a single chocolate
Well, we
chip
already know
sandwich.
that he's a proper
Racially
psychoanalyst.
The original joke?
He's a psychologist.
Arguably, yes. Making a point.
Able to
of
do a
guise
proper
of humour.
psychoanalysis of someone over
Definitely.
YouTube.
Well, they want political
Without
correctness.
talking to them in a
But
professional
almost
setting.
all of the humour that went into Colbert's White House dinner speech from people's private conversations for fear that some eavesdropper might be offended? Fuck no. Sorry, boys. It really is this simple. You do not have the right to not be offended. Look, I'm a grown adult.
Says the guy making this video.
Yeah, saying the guy who has taken offense to people making fun of him.
Yeah, sure. Held accountable
Wait a
by
minute.
conference
Irony,
police for
irony,
anything
irony.
that
There we go.
or anything that
People do have the right to be offended and to express that feeling of offense, whether you think it is justified or not.
if it were written by such people. I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest it would look something like this: that
Who the hell's
you're
she?
right to say things.
I'm still waiting for her suggestion to end people's rights. I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, really.
Every single one of those things is true. Yeah, I can say all manner of words. You know, I have
Who is this?
speech.
Well,
Who are we watching?
That's one.
So once again, Thunderf00t is recording people in a hangout.
Mm-hmm.
Out actually being part of that hangout. That's fucking creepy, man.
As somebody who was affected by those words, here's me.
I'm not sure Brockman's out of the woods yet. There are a lot of religious watchdog groups out there, keeping the world safe from the horror of free expression.
And this is really highlighted by the feminist site Jezebel's retelling of this story. Richard
Jezebel's a
didn't call for anyone to be
shithole of a
fired.
site.
She wasn't hostile or irrational. She was
Jezebel
outraged
is
by
not a
one
fucking
shitty dongle
snapshot
joke.
of the
She was
entire feminist
expressing
movement.
an accumulated frustration at the persistent difficulty of carving out a space for women in the tech community. Fine. So you admit that her response wasn't rational, proportionate, or even professional, but based out of outrage and frustration.
Yeah.
I really feel funny about you talking about what a rational and response to something is.
until you have personally
He
experienced
does realise that we are
lifetime
emotive
of
animals, right?
microaggressions. Bullshit. Let me make
You'd
this
think
clear.
a man that
Some
claimed
of
to be
us have pretty tough
into
lives
science would
that have
realise
come
we're
through
emotional
through
animals
dogged determination and staying
that
on
react
target.
to
Stay on
things.
target. We're too close. Stay on target.
We did not
Where
crumble.
are we? What was that?
Expect the entire world to orient itself around us to give us an
He edited
easy.
this while he was on acid.
Now he's the rebellion against the Empire?
Wonder
I'm lost in these metaphors. What are we looking at?
never win. Winners never quit, and those who never win or quit are idiots. Yeah, damn straight. Online, I've not only suffered torrent of microaggressions,
But you're
torrent
thick-skinned.
of
Wait, a torrent of microaggressions?
distracted into addressing this and making.
You see, microaggressions are okay because
Oh, wait, now he's complaining about being photoshopped into porn again?
The guy who makes multiple, like, 20-minute videos whining about people taking the piss out of him is basically telling a woman who is trying to get men to understand what it's like to be a woman that she needs to put on her big girl panties and grow up.
Ah,
It's okay. You see, I can explain microaggression, Jason, for you.
okay.
You see, aggression is not real. What really happens is creationism. But there's kinds of aggression, but there's not species of aggression. They believe in microaggression, but not macroaggression.
All I want to know is how much aggression did Noah take on the Ark? That's all I want to know.
He took
Was
two
it just
aggressions.
two aggressions?
But they were baby aggressions. They were microaggressions so that he could have space.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And then after the flood subsided, they grew up into macroaggressions and they breeded, and eventually there you have the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
When someone was impersonating me.
Maybe they should just change YouTube's name to microaggression.
Photoshopped into porn, or when they were targeting my family, and you are bitching about dongle jokes. Ugh, the cross.
Yes, we should really feel sorry for you.
Oh,
Thunderfoot,
yeah,
not for
I'm so
women who
sorry,
are-
Thunderfoot, that you overreacted because someone made up fake JPEGs of you.
It's like textbook. It's textbook, like just white self-pity.
Starving children and women who have their clitorises removed have nothing on the pain that you suffered, you fucking nerd. I mean, every time he starts complaining about this shit, it really does remind me of just, the nerd that feels like the whole world is out to get them. The whole world is out to get you.
He's one of the most successful and visible YouTube atheists that there are, and he never misses an opportunity to whine and bitch about the tiniest little criticism or making fun or whatever, and then he has the balls to try to lecture a woman who is complaining about having to make your way in a male-dominated tech field to tell her she needs to grow up and that she doesn't know what real suffering is like. He does.
Yeah, because he was photoshopped into porn.
Yeah. That tone in his voice when he was talking about you had to suffer the torrent of microaggressions. That tone in his voice is what made me unsubscribe to him.
You only suffer at the torrent of microaggressions if you are so sensitive that you allow it to bother you.
Well, it had. I mean, it just when the tone in his voice, the snide, just dripping with disdain, dismissal of, in this case, feminism, but in lots of other groups too. Like that, I hit the unsubscribe button the first time I heard that. I was like, I don't care how right he is about science. I don't care about taking the piss out of creationists. Life is too short, and there are too many fucking people for me to watch to pay attention to someone who's going to speak about people, especially who, relative to him, are underprivileged in that sort of a tone of voice. Fuck you.
Wow, it only took us 2 hours and 15 minutes to get to the first fuck you.
Fuck you. You are popular and successful, and you are a member of multiple privileged groups. Fuck
Well, you're
you.
only angry because you want that kind of success too. I'd love to hear. I have to play the part of the other the argument that's gonna pop up.
Yeah.
You're only
guarantee
jealous because you don't have a following like he did.
And I guarantee you, if I ever do have a following as large as Thunderfoot's, I will not be making 45-minute ponage videos about people that have 1/10 my subscriber base because they said something that hurt my fucking feelings.
You know what? I think we could help each other's subscriber bases by starting a war between me and you.
We should. You fucking asshole.
Oh, shut up, you jerk whose opinion I kind of admire a lot of the time, but I'm not good at this.
Here's what you do. You make a 5-minute video saying something kind of cheeky about me. I'll make a 2-hour video taking the piss out of you.
Look at that.
Or you take apart that 2-minute video.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay, that works.
We're getting called white knights.
Oh, are we? I don't even know what that means.
I declare victory at this point. If people are calling us white knights, I declare victory.
Who called us a white knight? And when did that become a bad thing?
The last Starfighter. Because, white knights aren't as strong as clerics.
Is that what it is? They're clerics? And we're not white knights? I don't understand how being a white knight is bad. I thought they were good guys.
The idea is that a white knight is a guy who jumps in defense of women in the hope that he can get laid by said woman.
Yeah.
What woman am I? What woman? I don't understand.
Any
what
woman
woman
that
am I
you
defending?
Any woman that you defend, you only defend her because you want her to have sex with you.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, and in fact, it's even beyond that. If you say anything supportive of or positive about feminism in general, it's because you want women to have sex with you.
Oh, is that
That's
what
the only reason. That's the only reason. Yes.
Well, what about gay guys who defend women? I'm kind of curious. Do they have a special name for gay guys who defend women's rights?
Brown knights?
Or do they just discount them as faggots?
Pink knights.
Because that's what they're pink knights. Okay.
I don't know. I just made that up. I hope that's what it is, though.
What about elderly women who defend women's rights? Do they have a special name, or are they just like old feminists or something like that?
Old feminists.
If they're going to get very specific about one group, they have to have cute little, I guess, derogatory. That's the worst derogatory term I've ever heard because it doesn't sound derogatory.
I'm just looking back through our stuff in that entire video because I just had to check.
You're just trying to mind drama as we complain about drama.
Indeed, sir. Yeah.
And you don't understand that you're talking to two guys who don't mind drama. We don't seek it out, and we don't play that by those rules.
No.
I just want to read the delicious comments before they disappear forever, because Google's changed things.
Oh, fucking Google.
Oh, and I just want to say about the drama thing. It's not just YouTube drama. It's all the atheist conference drama. All of that stuff bores the shit out of me. I could not care less about any of it. I can think of a million things I would rather talk about. I was on a hangout, an atheist roundtable hangout like last year, a year and a half ago, something like that. And I actually left it without announcing I was leaving. I just sort of closed out the window.
You're just like, bye.
Because all we were talking about was like the sexual harassment policy at some conference, and I thought, and this is a public hangout. Like, who the fuck cares?
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck could possibly care about this?
Well, they do.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
how dare you, Steve?
But fuck that. I'm not saying they weren't allowed to do it. They're out. They have every right to do it. But I just think it baffles me that anybody would be interested in that. Now let's go back to watching these videos.
Wait, no, I was having fun not watching the videos.
Yeah.
I should not have brought up the D&D. Now they're all just going to say what type of class they are.
Ooh, I'm a paladin.
This one, by the way, is the one where he turned on a known pole.
Oh no, I change it. I'm a battle mage.
This is the one where he
I feel real good about myself right now.
He turned on someone who was a pole and set his fans against her to the point where she left YouTube because of
I remember this, and I don't think he actually did that. I made a video in response to this, believe it or not, in which it really did seem like there were people who were reading a lot into what he was saying. Because I think he even admitted that she might be a Poe.
Yeah, well.
Just put it up anyway. Let's all judge him.
Let's just fucking watch it.
Yeah, we're clear enough on your public spanking off. A girl prays to cause Japanese earthquake, but she puts cause in capital letters for some reason.
Wait, Japanese people are real? I thought they were mythological.
What?
I thought they were all cartoons.
I thought they were all just Chinese people play acting.
Cauldron stretching.
What gets me is he still has this on his channel, despite the fact she is a Poe.
Ring of fire,
Yeah.
down, 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 fire, burn, burn.
World's worst
You want a true ring of fire? Fly after a vindaloo.
It triggered the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami.
Wait, what does this have to do with stuff?
In 1960,
I don't know,
the
boy.
strongest ever recorded.
You just hush up and watch it now.
I like my disaster porn.
Hey, are these clips for Man of Steel?
Stop it.
Relevant in observation.
Why don't you just get the whole internet to hate us, Steve?
Run! Superman's coming! Oh wait, no, it's a tsunami.
Yeah, Steve, when you went back into the parallel world, was it the wrong one you went into? Was it the one where Man of Steel happened to have like several videos?
Yeah. I should have stolen some of those Superman Returns sequels and brought them back with me.
That looks like fun.
Oh yeah.
Yes, people actually they do test buildings for earthquake strength. Did you know that the city I live in, all the buildings are earthquake strength, even though Scotland very rarely gets an earthquake? Because
Well,
I'm on a fault line.
yeah, but when you will get one, oh, look out.
To earthquakes and subsequent tsunamis, has been developing its own tsunami research and warning systems, and is offering its expertise to create a warning system in the Indian Ocean.
What does this have to do with what we were talking about before?
I don't know. I'm going to go
Are you sure you got the right video?
Yeah, this is Thunderf00t editing.
Technologies are critical.
Is this another one of those videos where Thunderf00t makes a really long video about a relatively minor point and pretty much just wastes everybody's time?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
Isn't that every Thunderf00t video?
I was going to say, what video? My favorite video of Thunderf00t is that 5-minute one where he makes a really sharp, incisive point. Oh wait, no, there aren't any of those.
Without religion.
God is
Here she is, Tam Tam Pam.
Yeah.
so good and so loving, and it's amazing to see how fast God answers prayer sometimes. On Wednesday, at the start of Lent, believers all over the world came together, and we...
There are still people who believe she spoke true, you know.
That she's not a Poe?
Yeah.
In every corner, in every direction, any place that there is an atheist, we've been praying for God to open their eyes and to see that there really is a God, that He does exist, that He loves them.
Thunderf00t may not have actually set people on her, but his video publicised it.
And just a few days, not even a few days
She was only reaching a few people beforehand,
shook the country of Japan
and she started getting death threats after he made his video,
by the shoulders and said, "Hey, look!"
to the point where she quit.
Oh, it's so amazing to see how God can just answer prayers like
Because
this.
people were dropping her the fuck out all over the place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For the rest of this lentil season, I'm going to be praying even harder than I have ever before. And I mean, with just
It's a brilliant piece of Poe work.
2 days of prayer,
Well, it's too convincing.
I've been saying, you are
For
going
one, she's not. Most Poes you can usually tell. Like, I think there was a Poe out just recently about a woman who claimed that she was rewriting all of the Harry Potter books to make them Christian. That
Yeah,
Harry
I
goes
heard
to
about
like a
that.
Christian school. But I don't. When I read a little bit of it, and I was like, this is a Poe. This is too perfect.
with in their evil ways. And I believe that at the end of this Lent season, oh my God, I can't even begin to think how.
Which is why this is a brilliant piece, because you can't tell. Which is the point of Poeism.
Because we have a lot of atheists here in America. I mean, Japan is
Okay, that's the first tip off. If you're Christian, you don't believe that there are a lot of atheists.
Yeah.
You think that they're a minority.
better be ready because by the
Unless
time
you need there to be a lot of them for your victimization to take.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Bible
If you're whining about how persecuted and victimized Christians are in America, then there are tons of atheists.
says the Lord,
In the government.
so much.
The government totally sucks, you motherfucker.
Ability to answer prayers so fast.
Wait, the government sucks me? Did you just call me a motherfucker?
I did. I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
That's it. I'm making my 20-minute video about you.
You motherfucker.
That got me half hard. Don't do that again.
You fucking motherfucker.
Oh, God damn it, Steve. Stop it.
Just imagine if Atticus would do that shit for you.
That was just for our critics so that they could say, see, I knew it. They're totally gay for each other.
Yes, answer prayers.
Did you say that was for Atticus?
I know, I said imagine if Atticus would do that for you.
Oh.
If he would get real...
Why did you have to say his name?
Talk to you like that.
You're not Atticus either.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry. We miss you, Atticus. Well, how Jason really misses you.
Jerry Falwell.
Clutching a picture of him right now.
Oh.
The best part is he doesn't know I got this picture of him. Or where I got it. He looks really surprised, though.
Oh, yes.
Oh, look! Someone I'm glad is dead, and another guy.
And someone I will be glad when he's dead.
Secularists, people promoting equal rights, gays, and so on. Take your pick.
Not women, though.
Could be.
No, that must be his biggest nightmare. A woman secularist that is fighting for free speech.
Women have enough rights already.
Give us probably what we deserve. Yeah, that's my feeling. I think we've just seen the antechamber to terror. We haven't even begun to see what they can do to the major population.
The ACLU's got to take a lot of blame for this.
What's this got to do with Sam Pamela's video?
I don't know.
Successfully with the help of the court system.
You know the old saying, brevity is the soul of wit?
Mm-hmm.
Thunderfoot doesn't.
Just because God will not be mocked, and when we destroy 40 million...
It's like people that say that sarcasm is the lowest form of it.
I really believe
What, sarcasm is the lowest form of wit? Sarcasm? I couldn't live my life without sarcasm. I wouldn't know how to function.
I would personally say that sarcasm takes a hell of a lot more wit than any other form of comedy.
Yeah, really. What about Mallard Fillmore? That's got to be lower than sarcasm.
For those whose brains are not on religion, one pair of work will achieve more than 1 billion clasped in prayer. Indeed, your prayers will be no more effective at relieving this disaster than this girl's prayers.
Why would we pick this video? Because technically he's not arguing anything that I disagree with. I mean, it's based on the faulty assumption that that girl is not a Poe.
We know we live
I kind of hoped it would be worse. This is poor.
Those are like famous last words for this series. I kind of hoped it would be worse.
Now, many would think...
Oh, wait, is this a new one?
Yeah. Oh, this is part 2. Again, right, this is If Men Acted Like Feminists, part 2. I might actually change my usual routine and try to find part 1 so it's in form once my computer decides to start working.
Do we really have to watch this thing that no one cares about and is not going to affect any change, and in 5 years we'll be at the same place arguing the same fucking shit?
Yes.
You knew before you even asked.
Oh.
I know, but I always hope. I live in hope.
Oh, look. There's 1AK hating us. He's calling us a piece of shit and fuck the stupid channel. Stupid fucking channel.
He needs to really examine why he's angry.
Yeah.
Did he say why he's angry? I'm interested.
No. He just takes us because we're taking a piss out of Thunderf00t.
That's the only reason?
And he's spamming it all over the place. So it's kind of cute.
He's spamming what? The comment section?
Yeah. Fuck it. Fuck this channel. Blah blah.
Okay.
Oh.
It is right, I suppose. Oh.
Hey, free speech, man. We don't want to mess with Thunderf00t. He's a champion of free speech.
Is he?
Yeah.
Of course he is. He burns Qurans.
Is that why he's always on all of those shows on television? Because he's such a force for free speech.
Yeah, and all of the best-selling books he's published.
Yes.
All those documentaries he gets interviewed for, and all the other things.
Well, I guess now we're against free speech. You know, the 3 guys sitting here utilizing their free speech powers to roast someone. I guess they get really incensed when Comedy Central does a roast of a comedian he likes.
How dare they say these things about him?
Well, it's
That's right. George Takei is a national treasure.
You motherfucker!
What's hilarious is Wanakay does not realise that all these comments that he's making now will disappear. As will
Are you
everyone else.
blocking him?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
At the end of the show, Google makes comments disappear.
Ha ha.
Look, he's allowed to have his opinion. If he doesn't like what he's watching, that's fine.
Well,
I'm sure other people in the chat can take care of him just fine.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I'm just laughing at it.
You do care because you keep checking it.
We should handle him the way Thunderfoot would handle it and make a 2-hour ponage video about him.
If Men Acted Like Feminists, Part 1.
Oh boy.
Like pop culture feminists like Anita Sarkeesian, where if you sit down and think about something and don't conclude that you're the victim, then you've just not thought about the people.
My irony
Wait a
is blasting
minute.
my head off already.
In this video, we're going to examine the
right, thick
of
neck.
men as female target practice.
He has
Now,
a
it's no secret
really
that
thick
throughout
neck.
pop culture, in movies, videos, and computer games, that men are universally portrayed as little more than background
God, you're
objects
ugly.
that can be shot, stabbed, or disposed of without
Wait, what?
real-world consequences.
Is that his argument?
While simultaneously,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
doesn't
This is his argument.
He's attempting satire.
remember, it's possible to enjoy a media while simultaneously being critical of its more pernicious aspects and the socially harmful myths that it propagates.
So
In this
because
series,
men
we
are
will
getting
critically
gunned down a lot,
examine from a pop
we
culture
must hate men,
perspective the trope
and
of
men are
expendable
oppressed.
men as female target practice
He's attempting to satirize Anita Sarkeesian,
and normalizes
but he's not smart enough to pull it off.
violence against men.
Because you have to understand the points that are being made before you can satirize them.
I'm confused. How is it that when men shoot men based on scripts that men wrote and produced by men?
So,
I'm confused.
Look, men fight all the wars, okay?
write a poem.
Men get killed more than women.
Based on rules that men made. I
No,
don't understand.
it's all women. It's because of women.
Oh, you mean those
Women
creatures
have
that have only had the right to vote for less than 100 years?
Women have enough rights, and women have it too good, okay? We take care of them like queens.
Uh-huh.
We just do everything just to please them, and they betray us.
With what?
With their vaginas. They betray us with their vaginas.
Is fully allowed to
You know, I've done a lot of fucked up things, and I don't mean fucked up like put people in the hospital or anything, but my relationships with women in the past have been, you know, a graduation, a steady evolution as I got older and learned to deal with them as people, but I have no doubt in my mind that I was a jerk to some women when I was in college and in high school, and at no point did anyone ever, no woman ever accuse me of being a sexist.
Shows the aspects of women that don't
Or say I was a misogynist.
Yeah.
Or call the police on me.
Or accuse
anything
me of
like that.
rape.
Or accuse me of rape.
In the film Kill Bill, a film whose very title glamorizes and normalizes
the thing about
idea that
satire is to make it
fatal
look
acts
natural.
of violence against men are acceptable and indeed should even be actively sought out. Here, the interchangeability and disposable nature of these men is formally conveyed to the audience.
Thunderfoot, button your top button for fuck's sake.
The problem with the point he's attempting to make here, is that when someone like Anita Sarkeesian makes the point that sexist attitudes toward women are prevalent in media, that's actually true. Whereas what Thunderfoot is doing is cherry picking one of the few action films with a female hero to try and draw the same sorts of conclusions. He's making a false equivalency.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he just doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
That's the hard part, is that he has to know. He's smart.
We are
He knows what
simply
he's
the understanding that men
He knows exactly
are
what he's
strictly
doing.
indistinguishable.
He should know that every argument is not automatically reversible.
To kill them with no more emotional
That's one of the popular arguments against feminism. Is, well, you can say that feminism says something about the MRAs, and well, you can say the same thing about feminism. Yes, you can, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
widespread and regressive belief that the male's primary role is that of mobile target practice. And that's a pity, because this medium presents great opportunity.
Well, I'm glad that he used Underworld, because that movie needed to be taken down a peg. That was Underworld, right?
It's clear that these men have been reduced to the level of objects. And once they've been reduced to the level of objects, you should feel no more pity about cutting them up with a sword than a pizza.
Film went,
New Turbo Gensu!
oh look, it's a good new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle film.
Well, that's a misogynist. That's a misogynist film because all the turtles are male.
Absolutely.
There was a
talking
female
about the
turtle
object-subject dichotomy.
in the Power
Subjects
Rangers.
act, objects are acted upon. This view what's called the subject-object dichotomy. In those terms, subjects act and objects are acted upon.
And these days, the indoctrination of impressionable children starts younger and younger. Like in the film Kick-Ass, where a young woman is showing just how exciting it is to go on a killing spree of men. After all,
Tell you what, Thunderfoot, I'll concede. We'll stop making movies in which women kill men, and you guys agree to stop telling women at a very young age that they're not good at math and science. How about we do that?
Blood as to why Daddy won't be coming home tonight.
And oh yeah, and don't use your bullshit physiological differences. Because you're straying way into race realism when you start doing that shit.
All of these media,
well, just wait. Give him a few more moments.
Access. The women are allowed to project their sexuality in many aspects. Well, simultaneously, this female privilege.
It's really interesting to watch someone marginalize himself like this.
I, for one, think it's about damn time that someone stood up and defended the depictions of men in media.
Well, you know what? You know, there are some tropes of men in media that really do piss me off. They really do. You know what I'm getting sick and tired of in media, and I blame it on media? The dumb husband. The dumb, incompetent husband. I am getting so fucking sick and tired that not only is the wife think he's dumb and incompetent, the kids think he's dumb and incompetent, and it's right. It's in commercials and it's on TV shows, and dumb, incompetent, and lazy. I'm gonna call it the Homer Simpson effect, because it seems like everyone just decided, hey, let's make all the guys like Homer Simpson.
Where the men are literally portrayed as savages, who the female...
Which is weird, because he keeps using Family Guy as an example, and Family Guy has horrible depictions of men in it.
Between the men...
Yeah, really.
Zombies.
I mean, you have Peter Griffin, who is dumb, fat, and lazy. His friend, who is a sexual deviant.
Is that a live-action Sailor Moon?
This has now been taken into a new realm with interactive...
I think she was destroying a monster, not a man.
Yeah.
Monster.
Sailor Moon isn't exactly known for being...
Is he gonna cut to Leia strangling Jabba the Hutt next?
Oh, yes, that would be perfect. Please, please, please.
Unprovoked fatal attacks is seen as a good thing, something for fun. The game
you do know that as a game, you can choose to kill female characters as well as male characters in this game.
What game is this?
It's Grand Theft Auto.
Again,
that's not Grand Theft Auto.
Or it might be new. No, wait, tell a lie. That's not GTA.
I know, because Grand Theft Auto has never had a female protagonist.
Right.
Is Third Row Saints? Is it?
No, that also has a male protagonist. Well, no, you can create your character, so you could be a man or a woman. But that doesn't look like Saints Row either.
Saints Row,
and by the way, as big of a feminist as I am, I fucking love both of those games.
Oh, they're fucking awesome. I think it is Saints Row. It's either Saints Row or GTA. I'm not sure which. I don't know of any other clones, and that looks a lot like GTA's mini-maps.
It's probably a clone, but I can tell you right now, there hasn't been unless I'm missing a game that I didn't pick up and I don't see how, the main protagonist in all those games, unless you're doing online with 5, and then you can create a female character when you're doing online content. when you're in the.
Subject-object
I'm sure our
Is once
lovely
fully
audience will
reduced
tell us in a
to
second.
object.
Okay.
Oh,
The dehumanization caused by
Mind you, the big purple dildo kind of gives it away as Saints Row.
objectification inevitably leads us to the
it even glamorizes the female execution of law enforcement officers in the line of duty by striking a happy and indifferent pose next to the body of the police officer she has just brutally murdered.
It's Saints Row.
Glamorize women killing exclusively male officers in the line of duty.
Images design is a
Images design is yeah. So this must be
Information that female.
That must be Saints Row 3.
I'm thinking 3 or 4. Yeah.
It's simply the only message being transmitted on this feminist frequency.
See, Thunderf00t, this is how interesting you are. We're discussing.
Yeah, we're talking about video games at this point.
Sent messages about killing men in uniform.
Yeah, because the Matrix is all about feminism.
Negative impacts extensively over the years.
Next show, Ripley killing aliens, because that has about as much to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah, really.
That reminds me, I've got Alien Isolation to play.
And very serious.
Now it's dark, I can totally get into it.
Constantly shown that games like
How
this
dare you, misogynist?
Female perceptions about world men, and reinforces socially harmful myths about the acceptability of using men as sword practice. And that's all without taking into account how video games allow a more...
You know, satire generally works when you've got some comedy in it.
Women, and encourages a more participatory...
You know, when you separate the plot of Kill Bill out, yeah, it could just look like someone running around killing people with swords.
Systems work.
When you take out the characterization and the plot, and you just remove everything.
Something to be amusing and entertaining. This forces female consumers of this media to become complicit with the game developers in making...
The thing is, this would work as satire if the feminists that were pointing out that these tropes were not real. But the tropes are real. Look at it. Most kung fu films. What is the woman? She's just a dumb love interest, and that's normally the case for most kung fu films created. There are some where the woman is strong, but it's very rare. Most action films, what does the woman do? Very little. Especially from the 80s. Especially from an Arnie film.
No, she might occasionally shoot a gun awkwardly and scream when she does it. You know, like in shock that the gun went off.
Yeah. Very rare you'll see a strong female protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Or strong female full stop in action film in Hollywood. Very rare.
And you can't tell me that Bruce Willis's wife in Die Hard didn't have anything to do. She was a hostage at the end of that movie.
She was the MacGuffin.
She couldn't even take her own watch off at the end. Bruce Willis had to do it.
These tropes do exist in the media, which is why they're getting pointed out.
But they're just here's my thing. They're just tropes.
Yes.
They change over time. The movies that are made now, the video games that are made now, are going to be different than the ones that are going to be made 10 years from now. At no point did anyone legislate anything to change anything. It's
Right.
popular culture, which means that that's what's popular. I identify myself as a feminist, and I readily admit that there could be misogynist themes, but I don't care because the games are entertaining. And I sit down and I don't take it that fucking seriously.
Yes. As a feminist.
If I really wanted to be a hard ass about it, and believe me, there are plenty of feminist commentators that are hard asses about this shit, who go off the deep end and are completely unrealistic. You know, people are saying, like, why can't Batman be a woman? Because he's Batman!
It's there in the name.
And we will be dealing with those rad femmes at some point.
Good.
Just like we'll be dealing with MRAs.
Radical anything is bad.
Yep.
Unless it's skateboarding.
The worst thing is
and you're from 1989.
He's displaying the worst of it. He's displaying the worst of the sort of MRA traits. And he's trying to pass it off as a legitimate concern. using his reputation as a YouTube atheist. Skeptic.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with you there. He's a YouTube atheist. He has a following, and he's expressing an opinion. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that this is what he truly believes. I don't agree with him in any way, shape, or form. But I can't assign duplicitousness on his part.
After
You know
all
what I mean?
tonight, after all the questionable editing.
You know what? He's still, when it boils right down to it, he didn't go to YouTube college. He's a chemist. And he's trying, he might be. I can't say for certain. So I'm not going to condemn him. I don't like it, and I don't agree with it.
Well, I'll condemn him for being an idiot. I won't condemn him for being like, well, one of the problems I have with a lot of the response to Anita Sarkeesian is that, including Thunderfoot's, is that people attribute like the most negative, malicious intents to her possible, when she could just be saying things that they disagree with and making honest mistakes, if indeed a mistake has even been made. And so I won't say that Thunderfoot, like when he edits things like that, I won't say that he's necessarily being duplicitous.
Wait, you didn't get your man memo where she's actively trying to take down all video games?
Yes, and she's a con artist, and she's evil, and people have said that in the comments to this very video we're recording right now.
Oh, okay.
She's a bitch, and she's a fraud, and she's a thief. And
I'm gonna let everyone know right now, she's not affecting any change. I hate to pop this little bubble, and this is cynical Jason coming out. She isn't gonna affect a single fucking change, not a single fucking thing. Some of the video game manufacturers will go, "Oh yeah, we are aware of this," and not a goddamn thing will change. Not a single bit. Next year, a game will come out called Kill All Vagina Sluts, and it'll be the biggest hit, and everyone will forget all about Anita Sarkeesian and everything else, because that's where the fucking money is.
Well, that's one of the most off-putting things about what Thunderfoot is doing in this video we're watching, and about people that bitch about Anita Sarkeesian in general, is that they're complaining from a position where they are utterly unthreatened.
Yeah.
Nobody is going. Don't worry, guys. You're still going to be able to play video games where you beat women and you murder prostitutes. Nobody's going to take that away from you. You're completely unthreatened.
Yeah, it's kind of like, we did a review last weekend for Forrest Gump.
Right.
And someone watches the review and then goes, "Holy shit! These guys are going to totally take down Forrest Gump, and we'll never be able to watch it again." Right. That's the kind of reaction, guys.
No.
Sarkeesian has gotten a lot more press by your reaction to her.
Exactly.
If you had just ignored her, no one would have, they would have gone, "Oh, look, another lippy broad complaining about video games." There have been more powerful forces at work trying to edit and change your fucking video games that you guys have blithely ignored. And I'm not talking about on a sexual content. I'm talking about a violent content. There have been. What were you going to say?
I have no idea who Anita Sarkeesian is, except for the fact that she's the target. That's about all I know.
Well, that's the thing, is that, she's been written about in Time magazine. She's been blogged about on very prominent blogs on the internet. Until the hate built up around her, she was just another person with a fairly popular YouTube channel who had a Kickstarter fund that she was just another face in a crowd of thousands of people who were doing similar things at a similar level. The vitriol and the hatred toward her have lifted her up into this level of visibility, that if you really think she's so horrible, and if you really think what she's doing is such a threat to this thing that you love for whatever reason, you have only yourselves to thank for the amount of attention that she is getting.
And I hate to break it to you, there isn't a YouTube commenter that is going to affect social change. You need to look out for the hard-right Christian Republicans who would be happy if they could enforce a law that said that you have to have a certain amount of Jesus Christ in every video game. There are people out there that would gladly ban every video game manufactured in the United States, that it is detrimental to children and it is nothing more than a violent media.
Well, they tried
pick your battles.
They tried it against the metal.
They've tried it against everything that they don't understand and they don't like.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
happened in every form of media. I used this joke with Steve once before. There have been people against every art form since there have been cave paintings. There has been one guy going, I like, look what I did, an antelope on a wall. And the other person said, that antelope on the wall is bad for our children. It happens every single time. And if we're not careful, we have legislators that are dumb enough to really actually change your rights. Not Anita Sarkeesian. And definitely not Thunderflood.
Whoever she is.
Fatal violence against men, a participatory
Is she even part of the game industry?
activity.
I
Scholars
don't think so.
again and again found that this has a profound impact on women's behavior. Now, inevitably, whenever these game mechanics or the clear academic findings are questioned, many female consumers of this media try to dismiss themselves or distance themselves from
How many times are you going to change your shirt?
unless they partake in the options to
I think
kill
that's the
Well, it
first
men.
shows.
But if they do, or
Yeah,
if they
it
don't,
shows the clip of
does
the
not
feminist
change
and
the
then.
fact that the object of
Boy,
this
he's slope-shouldered, isn't he?
that explicit function. A game designed to
He's got a thick
normalize
neck,
that it's
sloping
okay for women to
shoulders.
kill men. It's still a game designed to normalize.
I mean, I knew he was an ugly cunt beforehand, but it's really
I
getting.
don't think he's ugly. He just needs to shave his cheeks.
Well, many
It's the
must
worst look ever.
It shields them from the effects of these games. This is simply not true.
In short, the more you think you cannot be affected, the more
And I don't
likely-
think you can find bigger hoops for your ears, Anita. Jeez Louise.
Oh, that's Anita?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And I'm sorry, but if you watch that and you didn't get half hard watching her beat up guys, I don't know what kind of man you are.
Well, it
Oh,
may
you
become
see, that's all you want. You just want women to beat up men. You're just a feminized white knight.
simply not.
You hate your own gender. You're a self-hating male. Some self-hating male feminist.
They are personally immune to
Yeah, I hate men. That's what it is. I hate myself.
That's exactly it.
And somewhat ironically, those who most strongly believe that
Grr,
he is just
she
harmless
can't be a
entertainment
gamer.
are also
She's
the
a
ones
girl.
most likely to uncritically messages. In short, the more
She's
you
holding
think you
the
cannot be
controller
affected,
wrong.
the more
Look, in the 80s, before the internet, you could say that about comic book fans. Oh, there aren't any girl comic book fans. But now, thanks to the internet, now that girls know that they can openly like comic books are changing because they have a whole new demographic to sell to.
This is part 2.
No one would take her seriously. Well, actually, this year, 2014, she got an annual Game Developers Choice Award.
Oh, that must really burn your toast, huh?
Games.
I think it
To a
grinds his
better
gears.
place through advocacy or action. He's going to a media critic, Anita Sarkeesian, creator of Feminist Frequency, a video series that deconstructs
And
representation.
meanwhile, you're laboring on in the YouTube mines, trying desperately to get attention for yourself. Is that the point of this?
Reptiles who could lay claim to the title of
Someone else is being taken seriously.
look like
Damn it!
men.
That's my job.
Feminists.
What about me?
The representation.
Doesn't Anita Sarkeesian know that the way to be taken seriously is to make ponage videos about people that fuck with you? What is she doing trying to make actual content?
You really love plaid.
What gets me is he's just using memes that are obviously made by MRA crowd to disparage Anita.
Why men shouldn't be used.
And yes, he
as
really
assault
does like
practice
plaid.
by females. This was mostly from
I know what it
women
is.
in denial.
His hero. I know what it is. It's Al from Tool Time.
Another incompetent father figure.
Neo-gendered boundary integrity issues.
Get over it.
I can't.
They need to
Let it go, dude.
that it's possible to both enjoy it while simultaneously
I hated that show.
critical of its more malicious aspect. That's why I always ensure that ratings and comments are disabled. Feel comfort and convenience. After all, I am telling you the truth, and only man-haters would want to allow those telling man-hating lies to confuse the clarity.
Has Anita ever actually made that argument?
This is why we need
I don't know.
broad videos to be taught without opposition.
Now ask me if I care.
Well, even in universities.
I don't care about any of this.
Good for us to remember that we are all influenced by the media we watch in a way that closely resembles homeopathy.
While it may be comforting to think that we all have a personal force field protecting us from outside influences, this is simply not the case. Scholars refer to this.
Anita, I'm not a brainwashed twit. I'm a grown-up, and I try to look at things critically.
Facts. Even if others.
I just don't absorb media directly into my brain like the Matrix.
Ironically, those who most strongly believe that media is just harmless
And
entertainment.
when a game like Grand Theft Auto, which is obviously a satirical commentary on the United States, makes bad sexist jokes, I recognize it as commentary.
Okay, but you would at least admit that the observation that people can sometimes be influenced by the media they absorb is not the same thing as homeopathy.
Yeah, well, those people need to be killed.
I mean, I'm just saying, it would be nice if everyone were as self-aware and observant as you, but
it's
nonetheless,
not hard.
I know, but I'm just saying he's trying to say that claiming that people are influenced by the media they consume without necessarily realizing it is the same thing as homeopathy, and that's horseshit.
Really aren't relevant here. Because
we have evidence that media influences people without them realizing it.
Over $30,000 of feminist research.
In short, the more you think you cannot be affected, the more likely you are to be affected.
Yeah, at that feminist school that they all go to.
You mean the major left-wing Ivy League universities?
Yeah.
No, Bryn Mawr.
I just portrayed it to be acted on.
See, I'm really afraid if I become too intellectual, we're going to lose the audience. So, that's the last time I'm going to mention Bryn Mawr.
Review called this subject.
All right, I'll keep it low. God damn it, I'd love to have those lips wrapped around me.
Acted upon. The subjects act. Well, objects are acted upon. Now, I know you're thinking, crazy, Lacey, what's this got to do with sexuality? And the answer is everything.
Because when something is being turned into an object...
Yeah, and then you cut off the argument that she gives.
Remember, don't listen to women when they try to tell you about sexuality.
Don't listen to women, period.
Don't listen. Only listen when women try to tell you about issues that women are concerned about. Don't listen to them. Only listen to men. Men understand women's issues.
Because just because something is an object, that doesn't mean that violence against it is acceptable.
That's not the argument. Strawman alert.
Facts are really not relevant here, because I'm citing feminist research. Specifically...
Wait, what?
The status of objecthood. Violence against that object becomes intrinsic.
So citing feminist research makes it not real? Are we still...
I don't know. I don't know what the point of this entire thing is.
Feminism isn't based on facts at all. There are no facts whatsoever to back up feminism.
I think it's a satire.
Dehumanized.
Again, it doesn't work if no one is making that claim. Or the majority aren't making that claim.
Them, or simply throw them to their deaths is widespread in popular
culture. Or if there's not some kernel of truth in the claims being made by the people you're targeting.
You know what? He's right, because you know what? In The Lord of the Rings, the woman pretends to be a man and then she cuts off the Witch King's head. This thing goes much farther back than I thought.
Look, man, those films are not real, man. They didn't have Tom.
Oh, fuck you and Tom Bombadil. Fuck Tom Bombadil while you're at it. It was just in a chapter that I completely skipped every time I read it.
Tom Bombadil,
sexual arousal connected to having the subservient gender traitor males controlling and punishing representations of
there's a
other
good
males. In my previous analysis, I came to
the many a night I've spent where I've tipped some guy out in his clothes after a good night.
Is actually influences of feminist theory in the mainstream media, such as movies and interactive media, such as games. And now we find
if the arguments that he's trying to satirize didn't have a kernel of truth in them,
men being killed by men.
It's not a good satire.
Feminist theory is directly...
Well, it's also not a good satire if you're about as subtle as being smacked in the face with a hammer.
In the world.
Satire that's good
Really
is subtle. It's meant to make you think, was that being satirized?
Not just sitting around and talking about it, but to take action. I think we could all sit around here whining all day, and it won't achieve anything. This requires something serious.
Wait, you know that, and you continue to do it?
That awkward moment.
It's quantum awkward turtle time.
That would have been perfect if right after he said that, he stopped, stared into the camera, and then walked off.
He had just this like sobering moment of clarity.
It's just myself. We all know that pop culture critics are the
you look like a girl.
We all know that if you're not doing it properly, that's when
Hashtag ball
I
bag.
just want men to be whole, complete, non-disposable characters in movies, and not to be shot.
Because they never...
Boy, that must be really tough for you to say, considering how many movies feature a central character that is a man.
If only someone would make a movie with a three-dimensional male protagonist.
Gaming industry.
Charlie's Angels.
This would make a really dull game, and that no one would want to play.
You know what? I really fancy it now.
I think there would be an economical failure. That economic viability is just another one of those buzzwords that is used by feminists so that they can continue making these computer games with their erotic fantasies about getting men to kill other men. You just don't know what it's like.
Right, because that's what the erotic
is.
Might use you for
Men fantasize about killing other men constantly.
That's like 90% of what we do.
It's totally erotic, man.
Yeah, if we're not fucking a girl, we're thinking about killing a dude, or doing both at the same time.
Exactly. As Robin Williams once said, if we can't fuck it, we'll kill it.
The most ultimate scene in the world is Drive Angry, where Nick Cage fucks a girl and kills people at the same time.
I think the Buddhists call that nirvana.
The amount of times I've replicated that, I mean.
Pretend this is not a big social problem. Well, I think we should end this. Don't tell me not to.
Yes, me too. End it.
Let's do that.
Let's end it.
Sadly, there's a few minutes left.
Tell me to stick with
That's your fault, Angus.
I mean, not to stab people to death in their sleep.
No, it's not.
Like in the film Basic Instinct. Now, I know there will
It's
be
the
many
fault of
women
his
out there
supporters
who
for
will
not
try to
making
distance
enough
themselves
fucking
by saying,
videos.
"That's
Wait,
absurd.
Basic
Never
Instinct.
happened to walk in your sleep because I saw it in a film." Well, that's exactly the sort of denial you would expect.
Beaver shot!
Paradoxically and somewhat ironically, those who most strongly believe that media is just harmless entertainment.
I got done early. I got done early.
Hey!
Who is that?
It's Atticus.
Is that our lost little sheep?
This lost little sheep has been tracking your progress on smoke breaks.
Who are you
Jason
again?
really missed you.
Oh, come on. I got some alcohol to drink. I gotta tell that Thunderfoot he's a cunt, and tell everybody I love them, and then
You gotta make up for a lot of lost time, buddy.
Oh, look.
Last time.
We've lost our original troll, but he's come back as a new person.
Yeah, he changed
did he?
his name. I saw that. I was switching between my phone when.
What, is he making new accounts, or does he just have a lot of different sock accounts?
They're just socks.
Yeah. So did you check the Skype when I noticed him, Angus?
No, I've not looked at Skype. I've tried not to look at Skype when I'm doing the show so that people don't see the names that I have on Skype.
Oh, right on. Yeah, no, he's kind of a piece of shit. He said the word faggot a couple of times during the. Yeah, I'm not too happy with him, but whatever. He's just one troll. I'm surprised you don't have more. And by the way, congratulations on breaking 100 viewers.
We have 100 viewers?
No, you did. You did earlier.
Awesome.
We did?
Yes. I was
For a live event?
For a live event, I saw it. I said, "Oh, it's 98. It's going to go up to 101." It went up to 102 and then dropped down to 90s. And now it's still back down to 60s. It's because of you, Steve, just so you know. It's the beard.
I was going to say it's because of me that it dropped back down to 60.
Well, they're probably figuring, finally we're going to find out how they really feel.
Oh,
no
hi,
more than
Nita.
half
How are you?
Jason.
What is it?
We're at 69, man.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, 69.
Hello, Anita
Oh.
Sarkassian. You seem to be the butt of a lot of jokes right now.
Oh, you ruined it! Who's the 70th viewer? You ruined it, you bastards. We were at 79. We were at 69.
I don't care how many people are watching. I really don't.
Matty is.
I thought that was cool. I had to point it out, you know?
Yeah, that's cool.
They are least
It's cool.
Now, I believe he's wearing plaid to mock her.
Yes.
Oh, is that
Because
what
that's
it is?
clever. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why it randomly changes when he cuts. When he
Anybody notice that he's missing his right arm?
I mean, how often have you...
What happened to his arm?
He's smacking it.
Oh.
I think he likes her.
He has a hard-on for her in some way, clearly.
Do you not remember how often Thunderf00t wears plaid?
No, he usually wears a t-shirt, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, he usually wears a t-shirt, and it strangles him because he's got such a big neck.
If you like,
I'm sorry, I used to love
Okay.
him, but I have to kill him.
Like,
I love him.
when somebody can understand what it's like.
Honey, I was thinking the same thing about you earlier.
You will always love me.
Uh-huh.
Feminist theory has prevented men from expressing.
One thing I wanted to point out that you guys were talking about earlier that I caught a little bit of was that all of the movies that he is pointing out where the female is the protagonist, they're all directed and written by men. That's
irrelevant.
But irrelevant. Yeah, well, I mean, of course, I mean, if you're gonna have a female protagonist, she has to act. I don't know.
Okay, name a female director, please.
And you
And a movie that contains just flat out.
asking me for evidence.
You're killing me, Smalls. Hold on. I bet Steve could.
What was the question? A female director.
A female director that has scenes that depict men being abused by women.
I can't think of one.
By Amanda Hagen.
At times, I've received thank
I made
you
you
from
go
parents for the use of this material to educate their daughters how stabbing a vulnerable man to death in the street with an ice. Remember,
to be honest, your entire 2 videos trying to satirize this thing is bad.
And with all this female privilege,
Thunderf00t.
it's only wonder that they're incapable of understanding how
Look, this is choir preaching.
You
He's
are
not making this for. This isn't going to convince anyone whose opinions are already made up.
Get it to the choir, brother.
This is fan service.
It's just
Yeah.
Oh God, I love this movie. Let's watch this movie instead.
Let's just watch Kill Bill.
Can we please not have fan service from Thunderf00t? Because I've seen fan service in Japanese anime. I don't want to see. I don't want to see a beach episode.
Educate yourself on what it's like.
I really don't want to see him in like little
Oh,
tiny.
good. Now that Addie's here, I can leave for a second.
No.
Yes. Goodbye.
Wow! It shouldn't be used for female sword practice.
Chemistry.
If you're not a manliest, then you're a.
Yeah, can I just say that the meme that he had there for 2 seconds about Barbie and He-Man, where Barbie is the figure for like several years of being the point of where feminism says, look, this is ridiculous, and then the answer is this is He-Man. He-Man has not been the image of mankind,
right,
of men, for like 50 years like Barbie has for the females. He-Man was big in the 80s with kids, and then they made a live-action movie. When was the last time anyone actually cared about He-Man?
I did yesterday. He has
love
good
him.
abs. I'm objectifying. Sorry.
The only time
No, but I am technically, right?
The only time that anyone cared about He-Man on the internet, on YouTube, was when that version of the song "What's Going On."
Yes.
Was on.
What's going on? You can't not complete that. Come on.
It's
I
a
cared about
technology again.
I cared about He-Man on Hulu Plus a couple of years ago.
And that's an idiot view.
And you know what sucks? This song that he uses at the end is free on YouTube. And you can use it, and I like the tune of it, but if I use it in any of my videos, they'll be like, oh, I see, you're trying to copy Thunderfoot.
So let this video be a lesson to everybody watching. Satire is hard.
It takes a lot to get right. But remember, if you're
not everybody can do it.
If you're trying to satirize something, make sure there's not a kernel of truth in the thing you're trying to satire, because it kind of ruins the satire.
Ironically, the tone and the level of sophistication of Thunderfoot satire is not that far off from the kind of quote-unquote satire that is attempted by evangelical Christians. I mean, it is. I had like Bible Man flashbacks, and we were watching some of that, like some of those really obvious didactic jokes.
Oh, atomic steaming. Well done, Barbie Man.
Is that troll still there?
Yes, and he's
Yeah.
still using the same shit.
Oh, say something different, man. I'm acknowledging you a little bit. Come on. You said the word faggot before.
Yes,
I really hate you at this point. Come on.
I don't know how to fucking shut him up at this point, because he is boring. Come on, be entertaining, bitch. Anyway, is Islam a hate crime?
No.
What? I think you got some noun confusal there.
That's what the is that the title of the video? Okay, all right.
There's some aphasia in that title, I think.
This is
Hello, Islam. Meet Christianity.
I'm just gonna let you two kids talk it out.
And make out.
I think if they're that close together, they're about to make out.
Mm-hmm. Is it two faces or is it a vase?
Are they going to start spelling, like, giving out syllables to each other until they create one word?
Chocolate, peanut butter.
Of the modern world. Christianity's extremists, the fundamentalists, typically undermine education in the first world, and hence they retarded
Go on.
very essence of the first world constitutional democracy, the right to free speech.
Ignoring the fact that
This is
Islam in its
typically done by
Caliphate
suggesting
Syriac
that anyone
time
criticizing
gave us a
Islam
lot of what we use
committing
nowadays,
a
like
intolerant
for zero.
hate crime. Your faith is causing people to fly planes.
A lot of the math we use right now wouldn't exist if it weren't for...
Yeah.
If your faith is
Nor would
causing
much of the classical literature that we treasure.
Oh, that's not important.
Is not
if your faith
And I
is
think it's
causing
typical of Islamic
people to
schools
invade other
and
countries
the political Islamic movement to label any
in the
any
12th
sort of,
century,
a sort of prejudice and thereby racism, thereby trying to make people silent on criticizing it.
inciting someone to break the law because of your opinion is.
plenty of Christians do that, plenty of Buddhists do that.
Islam jerks is not a hate.
And they hurt people too.
Suggesting that people who leave Islam should be killed is a hate crime.
Well, that does not make the religion a hate crime.
What is the penalty for
No,
me?
it doesn't.
If it's an Islamic country, then the Sharia is very clear. Apostrophe is dealt with the death penalty.
Thank you. That's all I want to hear.
And yes, if that is a central tenet of your religion, then the very practice of your religion is a hate crime.
And remind me again, what does a lot of people... What
The
was
validity of free speech is arguably
the Old Testament argument about
Yeah, really.
people working on the Sabbath? It
That's a
wasn't,
stoning.
it wasn't
That's a
exactly-
death.
It wasn't to pickle the night lightly, was it?
What was that one about not being a virgin on your wedding night? Or being a homosexual?
That's
or...
It was to tickle him gently.
Christianity is different because it's a white people religion. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand this.
If I had the power to silence them, and I did silence
And you don't see him making these
them, this
arguments
would
for
simply
against
corrode the
Christianity.
worth of this forum.
Look, the harsh
He did earlier, but
penalties.
he needs more viewers. Come on.
The harsh
Yeah.
penalties in Christianity are the same as the harsh penalties in Islam, but Islam is worse because the people who worship Allah are brown.
Of none. Yes, YouTube is a company who will inevitably serve the.
Oh, here we go again.
However, YouTube's value to society, its value to
YouTube is a huge chunk of change in your pocket, man. What the fuck?
Wait a minute, I'm still shocked at the fact he thinks YouTube has a value to society. Has he seen the majority of content for YouTube?
Yeah. Do you ever watch this shit, dude? This show is on YouTube. What is the value to society?
We provide no value whatsoever.
There's no value to this.
This is just fun.
This is just people having a good time taking the piss out of somebody.
I mean, if YouTube provided value, it's what maybe 50% gaming videos.
if you value watching other people watch video games.
Yeah, the top viewed videos are video games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 50% games, 30% animals. 10%,
Yes, lolcats. Those are needed.
10% cooking maybe, and the rest of it is split up into small mini sections.
Makeup tutorials.
You get maybe 0.5% being the atheist corner.
Clickbait, less than 5%.
Yeah, I would say less than 5% by far.
We are an extraordinarily small group.
I think the unboxing videos account for more than atheist videos.
I know, but I love watching Boogie open stuff. Come on.
I said 0.5, not 5.
0.5, yeah.
We are a tiny little stettel. We're a tiny little ghetto.
Good and bad.
I made him say faggot. Look at what I made him do. Now he's saying faggot repeatedly in the chat.
Well, that's what a troll does.
I know.
Because he found
it's
out
so
that you
fun.
got upset about it.
No, I just said I didn't like him. I don't care. It rolls off me. I just wanted to see if I could manipulate him.
Yeah, man. You take a leaf out of Thunderfoot's book and be thick-skinned.
No, that would make me a baby and write an entire video about what a dick that guy is. And then have screenshots, and then find all his sock accounts, and then tell him I'm going to sue him when I can't actually sue him, and then I'll have him removed from YouTube because blah 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 blah.
He continued to post the word faggot even after I had specifically asked him not to.
No, I told him to. I goaded him to do it. Look at how much control I have.
Jason, we've turned him. Remember, that's just loud Thunderfoot at the start of this.
Uh-huh.
Allah Akbar.
What is he using 9/11 for?
I'm sure it's tasteful, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Claim that Islam is a hate crime.
To call these religiously motivated actions a hate crime.
Told you.
The word
That didn't take long.
Until we rule Earth.
Oh, look, he's got Abdul Hamza.
I am getting drunk real fast.
You will take Jerusalem from the Muslims. You will save the Byzantine Empire.
You will sample the score from Requiem for a Dream and then hypocritically take the shit out of Anita Sarkeesian for using people's videos without permission.
Oh God, the title of this is so appropriate for this show.
And that is?
Is it worth fighting idiots?
We have to be careful how we answer this one, fellas.
Well, what's his position?
Probably no.
Why would these
It's
lose?
not worth fighting idiots.
But they get asked most of all. I mean, surely.
Oh God!
Multiple angles, check it out.
Did we really need to have a cutaway just for that one line?
No, they don't, and it really is this simple.
Stop doing that.
You
don't know how to do it. Stop doing it.
No, editing just happens. It doesn't have to have any motivation or reason.
Central dogma. There was a blood curse.
Editing? What the fuck is that?
Man, and a woman became convinced.
I'm just waiting for the Dutch angle.
It's when you cut to different things for no reason.
Be lifted because the same God that invoked that blood curse in the first place made himself human and had himself executed in a typically used to execute criminals of the time, and how that
So
means
God made that cartoon?
magical incantation over bread and wine, that will transform this into that celestial zombie's flesh, and then if you eat the zombie's flesh and drink its blood, then that will lift the blood curse.
Yeah, we all know this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least he didn't have any typos in the original sin title there.
Normal, like say Anita Sarkeesian, will she just go? That just means
Dude, if you have a crush on somebody,
How
you
does
should
this
just
relate?
Yeah.
exams.
At least he's bringing it up because it's relevant and legitimate, and not because he just has an axe to grind.
We should make Hate Baby.
away, or just keep the keynote speeches.
No, not really. Obviously, I'm joking.
Thunderfoot, sometimes maybe you should just talk to girls.
Coffee in the elevator, especially if you've hung out in a bar till 4 o'clock in the morning, Watson. Incidentally, if you don't think the progress can be made, it looks like even she has decided that the term feminism is far too toxic to use. I mean, she used to talk about feminism, and now she talks about lady stuff.
You're the least likable person in the world.
Yeah, are you starting to wonder why it is that you're not allowed to go to, the JREF?
Or why well, wasn't he kicked off Twitter completely, or was he allowed?
He was recently. I don't know what the update is. I don't really.
Turns out that both she and Rebecca Watson thought that they should
I do know that some of his fan base said, well, this is the end of Twitter. Because of the backlash, because they kicked off an obscure...
Dude, you have 5,000 followers. You know who has millions of followers? The Pope.
She has millions more, Justin Bieber, Kim Kardashian. You know, the people that actually bring money to Twitter.
Convince people how important their opinions must be.
Has there been a Dutch angle yet? I was in the toilet.
Is the best.
No Dutch angles yet. Lots of pointless cutaways, though.
Bad ideas will happily spread. Indeed, in many cases, they will spread even if you try to stop them.
Why is he showing us an inset of the graphic he already showed us?
I don't know, and I don't know how these things relate to Anita Sarkeesian.
That's called an inset?
Because men occupy the top rungs of not just politics.
What does Lacey Green have to do with this? Leave her alone.
He likes her too. There's your girls that he likes that he doesn't know how to talk to.
And they get a huge amount of attention for it. Well, if that's
you know what? Wasn't she united against Venom Fang X with him?
He's just called her an idiot, I'm guessing, from the title of the fact he's used her in this. Against idiots.
You get the audience you court, Thunderfoot.
Justice system.
Lacey Green is courting really horny teenage boys.
Bottom line is that it's not.
And you are courting an extraordinarily small group of people. Don't expect to become popular, and don't get upset because other people who have different opinions are more popular than you.
It is a little petty.
It's more than a little petty. He keeps going back to it. Look.
Yeah.
She has more views than me, and I'm jealous.
Why does she get so many more views than me when I'm obviously, objectively much more intelligent than she is?
I don't know. She's pretty fucking smart, man.
She is. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm.
I'm just joking along.
She's like a million times smarter than Thunderfoot.
Who's the audience we court, Jason?
Hmm?
Or do we court the sick and twisted individuals of YouTube?
Brother.
YouTube
is not a popularity contest.
These bloody people who haven't thought about that are simply going to get blindsided by this sort of argument.
Yes, there's no such thing as sexism, of course.
No, it's all down to biology.
Yes, there's no such thing as sexism.
And I knew
there's no such thing as racism either.
And so I made a video.
What are those?
As someone who works with ionizing radiation on a regular basis. And now, 6 months later...
If I remember rightly, wasn't Thunderfoot outed as being just a lab rat?
The original story and gets it trending on Yahoo. And demonstrably wrong ideas will happily propagate in the wide world. It's sort of the celestial zombie flesh principle. The best you can do is try and get the informed information out.
What I'm really hoping is we get to the video where it starts saying that Thunderfoot is the smartest YouTuber in the world.
What?
So
I'm sure there are people out there that believe it.
So if the point is to get good information out into the world, why does he make so many pointless petty drama videos?
It's important to him, and so it's important.
Because he's thick-skinned.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to show us all how much he doesn't care about his critics.
If he wants to teach chemistry, I'll sit back and grab a pencil. That's fine.
It's probably
he does not know anything about social justice.
No.
He tried that. He didn't get enough subs.
He doesn't know anything about social justice. He doesn't know anything about satire or about presentation.
Against itself cannot stand. However, what's happened here...
Seriously, dude, it looks like you've got cancer for neck. Get your neck looked at.
Get that neck looked at, dude.
Get instantly a lot of sympathy from society and
it's not a neck, it's a tumour.
Worked out that it's the simplest con ever to just pretend to be a
Really? Is that right?
Now,
irony.
I can speak about this from keen experience.
Get their own way. Even when clearly most of the time it was just used in the service of their own personal advancement. And eventually conclusion that as much truth as there is in the house divided against itself cannot stand, these blood-sucking parasites had got to the point where they were poisoning the community. And at the time had come to basically...
this is where he actually divides the community and then blames it on the other group. Forgot about that.
I then realized that this wasn't a unique disease. The secular and the atheist community, and these parasites had attached themselves all over the place.
Hey, can we see that meme 500 or 600 more times, please?
Hey, can you dehumanize an entire group of people some more there, Thunderfoot?
Please.
Inequality and the banking and mortgage crisis? Maybe you do, but they didn't. The most pressing problem in Occupy in Vancouver, according to articles published by Sasha Wiles Shaw, is, not surprisingly, misogyny.
Remember the Occupy movement?
Yeah, I do.
The routine was
that was
always
effective.
the same. I'm being victimized by these evil men. And when someone says, can we have some evidence of that, please?
There's
The
plenty
answer
of
will
it.
always be, I don't have to justify myself to my oppressors, or only
Said
someone
Thunderfoot.
hasn't checked their...
Yeah, really.
Said Thunderfoot.
Oppressors? Oh my god, what oppressors does he have?
The whiniest, most relentlessly self-victimizing person on YouTube has a problem with how victimizing women are.
With almost 300,000 subs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If only he were treated more fairly.
he hasn't cornered the market or anything, you know.
Running on board with this victimhood narrative and was even once the top signature in a petition to have a link. That was until she had the temerity to question the
That's going to be a target one day if I can find enough videos about it.
Subsequently and vindictively excommunicated. She mournfully reflected afterwards that no evidence had ever been presented that sexual harassment was a significant problem at atheist conventions. And through all of this, they managed to successfully muddy...
You mean they highlighted an
there
actual
are
issue?
real cases of sexual
Or tried to prevent an issue from occurring?
Yeah.
So he has a problem with this because he thinks that it divides the community and muddies the water. So
He has a problem with this because he likes to be touchy at the conventions and he doesn't want to get
exactly. Wait a minute, I do
No,
this.
they made a clubhouse that had a sign on the outside that said "No Thunderfoots." That's what it was, essentially.
Yeah, but the thing is, wasn't he saying that we don't need the rules against sexual harassment at conventions because we're all secularists and that's logical?
Yeah,
and it's like,
that'll work fine.
You need these rules because humans are dicks.
Mm-hmm. And people do stupid things when they get drunk.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, and his own behavior demonstrates it. The way he snidely dismisses the concerns of other people.
Yeah.
I mean...
vindictive as they are to ex-members who have questioned their dogma. The game is
Let's
basically
only
one of
take
the
comments that
efforts
support
in
my
place.
issue.
All of these
And not
social
provide the
justice
actual
warriors
logical
claim
counterpoint.
and claim that they're being oppressed.
Is he actually seriously claiming that there is no such thing as sexism?
Yes.
This is him. This is him strawmanning.
Wait a minute, but doesn't he just spend 5 other videos talking about how some things are sexist against men?
Many other
So there is sexism, but it's against men.
They're losing their
Well, I guess that's what he's trying to say.
I don't
know.
Well, because he keeps like, where's the evidence? Are you seriously saying that you don't believe sexism is a thing?
I've seen it firsthand. What the fuck?
Who's in on it? The courts, the educational system.
Thunderfoot, you're
Everyone's in.
subtle as a fucking
Actually,
brick.
accurately, these people are more Westboro Baptist Church, protesting religious
Which is
persecution.
currently being run by a woman, but you know.
Yeah.
And when they get the entirely
Would that be that
expected
Westboro
backlash,
Baptist church that you
claiming
so
that this is
meekly
evidence
interviewed?
of all the religious
No, he's a bold champion of reason and logic. He stood right up to those ladies.
By saying, "Oh God, women intimidate me. I better be nice."
Because they don't believe
And then
that
I'll
she got
bitch about them later.
post-traumatic stress disorder on Twitter. And when she gets the expected and deserved backlash, standing up and saying, just look at all this evidence of sexism. It's bullshit.
Hey everybody, check out Thunderfoot making fun of someone for overreacting to Twitter criticism. Check it out.
Rebecca Watson, Sue Park, Melody Hensley, and the such like. Make things like
He has
you
no
can't
such
understand this
previous
argument
examples of
because
that.
Your skin color.
Just call a girl, Thunderfoot. If you like a girl, just ask her out.
Color are actually
Oh,
thin.
for fuck's sake. Castle Colbert.
Portray the
Yeah, look at all the fallout from that.
evidence of sexism.
Corbell
No, this is just
being
a
cancelled.
clean and
Yeah.
simple. Now, It shouldn't be about playing games. It should be about me talking how oppressed I am. Oh no, the secular and atheist.
Isn't that what you're doing?
Yes. But remember, he's
You're just sitting here talking about how oppressed you are, Thunderfoot.
After I've been hanging out in the bar till 4 o'clock in the morning is sexist. History has shown us that if you ignore them, they don't just go away. And sometimes, if you're planning a long journey, it's worth cleaning the crap off your shoes before.
If I'm going on a long journey, I'm taking a bus.
Wow, he was satisfied with that closing remark, wasn't he?
He's satisfied with every single thing he does.
He wanks to himself at night.
He's probably watching that video right now.
Doesn't he have a Hadron Collider to be working at or something?
He's a chemist. He's not.
No. Chemists work
Physicist.
with that shit. No, they work with that shit too. But either way, the point is that he doesn't he have more important things to be doing?
Well, if he's gonna if he's gonna make videos, he should maybe study like some maybe drama or theater or film or something. Because
What I think is funny is that it says there that he's making secular and science videos on YouTube, but if you go to his channel, you'll have to search around for him.
Yeah.
Thunderfoot is overreacting to people criticizing and disagreeing with him.
I think this is the one where someone says that he's the smartest YouTuber alive.
Awesome.
That is one of the smartest YouTubers on the planet. In fact, I can't think of anyone smarter. He has a great
Can't
channel.
think of anyone smarter?
As far as YouTubers go, Jason.
No, okay.
Armored Nick, me, a piece of slime that is occasionally recorded.
Answer atheism, but he is so smart that he can come across as insulting to others.
Oh.
Now, I don't think he's an asshole, or do I think he's pretentious? I can see how people might think so.
He's so smart that he's unable to control how others perceive him.
There's that fact out there. The thing that initially brought me to Thunderfoot's channel was his...
Did I say the title of the video?
No.
Go ahead.
Is Thunderfoot wasting his time Vanita Sarkeesian?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she's not going to go out with him now.
Big player in the atheist
No.
He had to put his foot down and call some of these retards out. As much as I hate most of these people...
Oh, you mean the rest of the atheist community?
Come on. That's
Hate them.
Guys, please don't harass this guy.
Toe-to-toe with Thunderfoot.
I'm going to say that now. Don't harass the guy much.
Oh, by the way, Angus, that everybody's saying that Eno guy is a bot.
Oh, right. In that case, I'll find a way to get rid of him. Maybe.
Yeah, because it's coming in so quickly, it's impossible for him to just
ban the bot.
Woo! Find out a way to do it.
Yeah, I know. You just there we go. Bye-bye.
It's so easy.
There we go. Apparently it's very easy.
So now you just have to. So now he just has to shout faggot at his monitor.
Yeah.
He won't be able to actually share it with the rest of us.
Whenever I hear that word, it makes me so horny.
There we go. Eno's gone.
Thank you.
It's the first time you've actually blocked someone.
Bye, Eno.
I did say this would be a baptism of fire.
Well, no, it's just one guy, but he is filling the chat like it's literally the whole column of the chat with nothing but his bullshit.
You're blocking him. You're blocking him for being a pest, not for.
Well, he's also preventing other people from being able to put up their comments.
Right. And he's just a dick. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm gonna go have gay sex now.
Anyway, do not.
I only have a half an hour left. Oh.
Or video responses, but some of it is even in-person debates. This brings me to Anita Sarkeesian.
No, that was fun. Watching him debate Eric Toven, that was fun.
Something tells me this guy would like people to talk to him.
But Mundane Matt, she doesn't care what any detractor says. This is where I think Thunderfoot might be wasting his time. Now, it is for two reasons.
Kind of like wasting your time trying to convince Thunderfoot that he's wrong.
Already
right. You gotta block the other one now, Angus.
Expertise and
1AK.
Wait, is he really going to accuse her of having a biased audience?
Defending
Thunderfoot?
Despite her lack of logic, reason, and video game expertise.
What is video game
expertise?
Ooh.
I'm a video game expert. Really? You're in the industry? No, I just play them a lot, and I really like Metal Gear Solid.
She's never had Snake be shouted at. Snake, Snake.
I find it funny that the picture of Snake that he has up there is one without his shirt on.
The one of Snake.
You know what I'm saying.
Snake's eyes, if you look at it with such a look of disdain on his face, is looking exactly at this 90s rollback.
Why are you bothering me? I'm in the shower.
The 90s rollback. No, it's not because look at the size of the neck on this motherfucker.
You have an obsession. Can we just ignore the necks?
She is a
What is wrong with the necks?
She runs on the script that has been given to her.
What?
By her.
Proof, please.
Like a robot, and just keeps on spewing out her propaganda.
Wait a minute. Once again, have you looked at the videos for Thunderfoot?
Is he saying that she only has like some clothes she only ever wears to beat so that her point is driven across to her dumbass audience?
Maybe.
People who say don't feed the trolls.
She's not even really standing in front of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Fucking liar.
I think that is a pretty good attitude to take, but I think there's a difference.
Fuck, the bot is back.
One-on-one with the trolls. I think
It's 1AK. He just changed his name or went to his other sock account.
Yeah.
1AK.
And blocked.
Bye.
You know that's not an actual bot, but it's actually him. But
well, how does he copy and paste so quickly? He must be talented.
Well, credit goes where credit is due, I suppose.
I know. Well,
not blocking him.
It's good to know that he has a completely useless talent that just annoys a few certain people, making comments on comments that will be disappeared as soon as the video's over.
Yeah, I know.
There's
I've said
time
that
well
a bunch
spent.
of times in the chat. It's just, well, whatever. Oh, maybe he's gone.
Nah, I've had to pause. It's not letting me fucking get rid of him. Which is dickish. Google, why do you decide one moment something works and then the next?
By the way, botting a group because you're dissatisfied of their opinion on someone really isn't helping the argument.
No.
No.
Just a quick little hit. You're not thrilling us with your intellectual capacity.
With your erudite ways of arguing, sir, you have
failed. It is literally sticking your fingers in your ears and going na 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 na.
What about fingers?
I never spoke to any
They're
of
getting stuck in butts.
directly.
Hey,
Now back to amendments and the people who agree with her.
Hey.
These people think
Hey,
everything
Jason.
is
I'm not
reasonable.
playing this game with you anymore, abandoner of people.
And honestly,
I love you.
No, that's not gonna work either.
Network are actual
Hey, Jason. Hey.
money involved.
Hey, Jason.
What?
You kind of have to.
Finger Thunderfoot's butt.
No.
So I ask,
Oh, okay.
who is Anita's target
I wouldn't
audience?
either.
Let's just take into account it will be people that have some interest in her videos, old people that are disenfranchised from reality, people that are married to their job, small children that can't comprehend what
Oh
she's
my God, he's got it one more account. That's so funny.
basically people that
Oh, Ozymandias Delahunty.
Ozymandias Delahunty.
Yeah, he obviously loves the atheist community, but ones who disagree with Thunderfoot, those ones, yeah, they just make him furious.
Realize that
This is more fun than listening to Thunderfoot scream about shit.
he does realize that Delahunty disagrees with Thunderfoot now.
Yeah, along with Aaron Ra. Yeah.
Pretty much everyone in the community.
Yeah.
What community we have.
He made an obvious choice.
So I am a lifelong gamer.
He decided that he was going to start his own branch of atheism, I suppose.
That feel the
Maybe
same.
Bionic Dad
Also,
can
there are
join him.
people that don't care because they just pick up the
I mean,
control.
she's a girl. She can't join him.
Move on. I'm
Yeah,
sure they
you
don't care about how a game that tells you to go around stomping Goombas is sexist. So, in all honesty, her target audience is the polar opposite.
It's sexist because it's portrayed as sexist because Peach doesn't do anything. She is just there to rescue.
of the Thunderfoot.
If you don't share that interpretation, it doesn't make her a
Feminists
liar.
take studies that want to hear about how the patriarchy uses women as background dressing and sex objects, while
The only game I can first think of that made Peach a proactive person was Mario Kart. Because she actually did something then.
You know what? I don't care.
privileged
I don't care about any of it.
while women are subjugated.
This is a pointless fucking argument between. I'm including Anita Sarkeesian in this. I don't give a fuck.
Probably gets more support from beta males than females. My point is,
I think you should shut up.
Hear about Thunderfoot pointing out how much of a liar or con artist, like no good poopy pants she is. He is
No
right, though.
good poopy
His
pants.
arguments against her
Wait a minute, what does that mean?
whereas hers are either just conjecture or she takes things out of context. The problem with people like her is that
Thunderfoot uses clips from The Simpsons and Family Guy all the time.
Yeah.
or the cause that they're standing for. There is a saying that I like. It goes, half the truth is often a great big lie. Anita says what these feminists and beta males want to hear and
There's a saying I like. It goes, "What about white men?"
Thunderfoot has
There's a saying that I like, that any man who uses the term beta male
scientists
is probably a gamma male. You're never going to approach alpha, dude.
Yeah.
exploits these desperate people that mistake her professional victimhood for courage.
That's good.
Takes all of their
White
money
text and
and
white
laughs her
background.
ass all the way to the bank. Now, why would Thunderfoot be wasting his time? That's kind of a loaded question.
Because he likes her.
It's not a loaded question. It's because he's suddenly got a revenue stream from a whole new audience.
Hey guys, you think this Lucas Krycek is desperate for attention?
What?
Title of this is a bit misleading, but I'll get to the point. Anita doesn't care about Thunderfoot.
Would you?
She will keep making her money off of her white knights and her feminists.
Yes. This is a man to be taken seriously.
Yes.
They don't care about what Thunderfoot or the internet aristocrat or the amazing atheists have to say. So it would be a waste of time. if
The
anyone-
intellectual giants of our movement?
Wait a minute. Who's
Shouldn't have said that.
Who was the other one?
It would be a waste of time if anyone were to think
I
that
know
these videos
Thunderfoot,
would
but
put
who's
a
the other
Chinese American into his or her or their plate of protecting oneself. There you go, that sounds much nicer. Of course, I wouldn't insult his intelligence to imply that he doesn't already see this, but it's more so for the people that support him and think that he is winning this fight based on
At some point, this guy needed to stop.
One-sided, biased, and dishonest Anita comes off in hers.
This is what is known as groveling.
I love his why people laugh at creationist videos. I love his anti-feminist videos, and I love his anti-Anita.
I love everything about him.
I love his penis. I love his thick neck. I love his curly hair. And
I love his furry cheeks.
Twitter and the videos I've seen.
I want to give him a pearl necklace.
I really encourage
I want to motorboat his butt cheeks.
one person. Makes it harder for someone to play the victim when the actions of the many are called out.
It doesn't make anyone harder to do anything.
Horrible liar. But she will not be stopped.
Making a YouTube video is shouting into a well, you dipstick.
That takes a step in the right direction is this one by the Internet Aristocrat. And once people start realizing just how crazy the people that buy into this are, that's the first step. This.
And are you
the first step to what?
You.
That are allowing this shit to continue. It's not just the people putting forward.
I like some of his other videos.
It's not just.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Internet Aristocrat.
Yeah. Fuck him, I'm a socialist.
The journalists, yeah, again, air quotes, at Kotaku and other fucking sites like that push it for clicks, that's another problem. The real fucking issue, the ones that are allowing this crap to constantly fucking continue, are the people you just saw, are the people on those forums and on those websites who have influenced the community, who have, ingrained themselves and allowed, this shit to flourish.
That annoys me.
You see, I deem this to be one of the more...
The idea that there's an atheist community. No, there's not. Do a quick chat check. Any more?
Ozymandias Delahunty is still there.
I fucking pressed the button.
Cool.
And apparently Google's decided no. Google's a dick.
Well, we'll let him stay in. Everybody's having fun with him anyway. He's got to make new accounts every 5 seconds and come back in because he loves Thunderfoot's penis so much.
Now I know what it feels like to be Zelda in Blog TV days.
Oh, jeez.
Well, you weren't around in the Blog TV days.
No, she told me a little bit about it, though.
This is called Islam Fail.
Important videos that I've made.
Important videos you've made?
Which ones were those?
I don't know.
Islamic God Allah. But let's
Islamic God Allah.
Let's go for not just the Islamic God.
I'd like to remind you all of the importance and relevance of my work on YouTube.
The thing is, he claims to be smart, and he just said the Islamic God Allah. Allah is a title. It means God. It's the same God as the Christian God and the Jewish God.
That Muslim God ain't my God.
I'll tell you what.
Tell you what, that damn Muslim God ain't the same God I've been worshiping. Tell you what.
That's all it means. That's all Allah literally translates to. Is God.
Does that also mean father? Like, I don't know. Same thing.
I don't worship no goddamn towelhead God.
That's what it means. It means God. So he's just said Islamic God, God.
Allah, but
well, I say ATM machine, so.
All joined in prayer with it. The test is simple. Who can move the most balls in the shortest amount of time? My little finger, or Allah, Mighty Mo, and a billion Muslims all joined in prayer.
That's totally what a billion Muslims are doing. Praying to move some balls.
Not a problem. The only killer worth his salt could just as easily do things in the past as in the present. So what I want every Muslim to do is to watch this video.
Because every Muslim watches your video.
And watch it again. And keep praying to Allah and rewatching the video until your prayers to Allah ensure a different outcome. What's wrong? Don't you believe in the power of prayer? You should do. You do enough of it. Why the sudden lack of confidence in the all-powerful nature of your God? So here goes. On the left we have my little finger.
Yes,
and
it's
on
a
the
good
right
point
we
to
have
show that.
Allah.
Yeah, but the guy who started the website Why Won't God Heal Amputees made the same point like 10 years ago, so much better.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Allah wasn't ready and wants a do-over. Ooh, 2-0. And one last time, just to be sure. This time in slow motion. Sorry,
this
boys.
point has been
Looks
made
like
many
my
times
little
before.
finger is greater than
Why are
your
you
God.
arguing
His
against
prophet
Islam on its
every
own?
single
Surely
Muslim
every
on the planet
religion.
joined with him in
Surely you should be inciting
No wonder
every
we say that
religious
a single
person to
pair of
pray
hands
that
at
wins
work
to prove their
is
God
worth more than
works.
a billion classroom prayer. Now, why is any of this important?
I agree. You're still an idiot.
Beautifully highlights what in many ways makes Islam such a nasty and unpleasant in that it inspires people to make up for the evident impotence, the non-existence of Allah
All
by
Muslims are evil.
Let's talk about nasty, unpleasant people making up for their impotence, Thunderf00t.
Well, evidently not as powerful as my little finger. However, every time you do this, you just make a mockery of both your God and your religion.
Because every
time you wire an
person who
explosive,
follows
every
Islam
time you
is
load a gun,
up to kill
every time
people.
you grab a knife to kill your
Yes.
God,
Yeah.
you're simply establishing a mocking idol to how your religion, Islam,
Everybody,
the non-existence
Pat
of your
Condell
God,
version
has made
2.
you a murdering
Oh, fuck that guy, seriously.
Islamic nutters who believe in the unpleasant phantasm do. And this is why you fear free speech. For to allow free speech is to allow people to show you the truth that your God does not exist. It forces you to see the mocking idol that you created to the
But
non-existence
Allah
of
made
your
you
God,
move your
and
hand,
to
you
what your
see.
religion has done to them, and to the countries it has infected. Yes, this is why your religion prohibits free speech. For deep down you already know the
Yes,
monster.
there are
Open
people who are
criticism will
ill-educated
force
in
you
the
to see
countries
in the
that
mirror of
very
truth
rarely educate the
the
masses,
twisted and
who
sadistic
believe that
perverted visage
such
of
things are
free
against
human
Islam.
created by the
Does that
festering
mean that
whisperings
all Muslims
of
are
a
like
religion
this?
that has kept
No, I've actually met more Islamic people in the past 6 weeks that are kind and willing to answer questions than I have ever in my entire life.
Hey, look, it's that movement that's going nowhere.
So this one's called Islamic censorship versus Christian censorship. I don't know if it's a Thunderf00t thing. I cannot remember. I kind of blanked out after a while. But here we go.
Many of you will have seen how the physical evidence and recent logic supporters
Okay, so Thunderf00t thing.
vigorously defend freedom of speech, even of egotistical, conceited
Oh
dimwits
look,
like
it's
Venom
Venom
Fang
X.
Now, there is an intrinsic problem in trying to defend the freedom of speech of someone who is trying to censor yours.
I censor the comments, though. There's nothing
You mean like burning a fucking book?
you can do. Might as well give up.
Indeed, even now, after Venom Fang X has had his account censored, ironically by religious fundamentalist sorts, he persists in censoring all comments on his videos.
And that's his right.
Even after he's received the support.
Can I just say, free speech is not affected by someone blocking fucking comments. It is not affected by someone disabling any comments. That is not against free speech.
That just means that they're dicks.
They don't stop you being able to say what you want. You can make a video to say what you want. You can leave a comment elsewhere. It is not affecting your free speech. It is also their right to deny you the ability to comment. It's not nice. I don't stop it. I think I've maybe deleted maybe 3 comments in my entire life on YouTube.
Yeah. But I don't want to just control my channel. I want to control everybody's channel.
Exactly. By presuming that everyone has to comply with your ideals, you're forcing your views on someone, which is against their freedom. So yes, it is perfectly okay to block comments in a video, as long as you're the one that wants to do it. It's up to you. It's your channel. It's your little space. And Thunderf00t has a problem with this because burning Qurans.
At the lion's share of the rational and free thinkers of the internet, at least those who are aware of his plight, he persists in censoring all comments on his account.
And that's his
this
right.
isn't merely biting the hand that feeds you. This is grinding it up and selling it for fish.
You remember, folks, Thunderf00t,
Well,
the champion of free
that's the sort of
speech.
behaviour you would expect from a person who thinks that eating celestial zombie flesh is the best way to get the sins of Dirt Man and Rib Woman forgiven. As Venom Fang
Also, it was never a
impervious to the voice of reason and the concept of decency, maybe he will comprehend the point if it comes from the voice of one of his fellow Christians. This fragment is taken from a video where Jesus Freak is requesting that
there's a
people
fucking
write
sane
letters
fucking
to
person.
YouTube to get the account of Venom Frank's reinstated. Savor the irony.
I
you
think
don't
it's
recognize.
sad that some groups of people, if this is a flagging campaign, have
got so scared that what they believe in could be so damaged.
Oh my God, I remember this guy.
Instead of arguing the point,
Wow.
they
This is
decided
old,
just
man.
to silence the opposition.
I love it. It's only 5 or 6 years old, but it's still old.
The only way to argue
In YouTube
against
terms,
someone
man,
that doesn't believe
it's
what you believe is to silence them. There's a major, major flaw with your theology, your religion, your ideology, or whatever.
I censor the comments, so there's nothing you can do.
Well, myself.
Right. We have 7 minutes left, but 7 minutes left, and that fucking prick is still there. What?
Yeah, fuck him.
Right. Okay. There will be. I can't promise you Nephi, I'm afraid, because you know we've not got time in the next video, isn't Nephi? I do have a Nephi video. I've got a Jason Burns video, but no, we never got to them. It's nice to know that I'm a retarded liar and a scumbag. Thank you, Ozzy. I never knew before. So, our last video of the night, I'm guessing, I don't know, it might be a bit shorter than 6 minutes, is called Misogynist.
Oh, yeah.
Where he seems to be using Aaron Ra for something.
Well, myself, Aaron Ra, Chrissy and Xena have all joined Free Thought Blogs. And seeing as I've already...
That account seems to be immune, Monkey Tail.
What I would introduce in Free Thought Blogs, that's the home of people like Peasy Myers.
People you were using in your own videos earlier in the fucking years.
Something I would probably call tactically dumb. Well, mostly dumb. And that's to get involved in one of these issues.
You'll notice that he is fucking butthurt. So bad in this one. I'm guessing this was made after he was kicked off Free Thought Blogs. And I can say now, quite happily, and I said it at the time, Free Thought Blogs is amusing for one thing, and that's the flame wars that went on in the comments at the time. Other than that, it's full of fucking retards. Anyone who thinks that Atheism Plus worked is fucking idiotic. We are not a community, folks. We are individuals who sometimes agree with others.
Yep.
Just because you're an atheist does not make you one with everyone else. You know what does that? Religion. Religion uses that.
Mm-hmm.
Atheism is my religion.
Oh, don't say that. Someone will quote mine you.
I was just kidding.
Are you Han Solo now?
Yeah, is that what it sounds like?
No, stop it. No more ruining of Blade Runner for me, bitches.
With Star Wars or Indiana Jones.
I'm a replicant.
That's why I never normally get involved in this sort of thing, Mr. B.
Not even our generals are mad enough to shell their own men. They think it's
And he's stealing footage from other people.
Yep, tonight's the night when I mostly ignore why the Germans feared people like Patton, but were largely dismissive of people like Fresendal. And for those who don't know, here's a quick summary. Divide and conquer is a motto of change in all arenas.
What the fuck has this got to do with anything?
Not just on the battlefield. A house divided against itself cannot stand. It's the same motto.
You've used that before.
From a different perspective.
What a
Choose your
surprise.
goals, prioritize them according to importance, and focus what resources you marshal upon them. This is how we will be most...
Oh, that's how we win the war, boys! Charge!
Yeah, the reason that fit people like Patton is because he understood
Germans said
divide and
fear
conquer,
Patton.
and that this was best achieved by concentration of resources. The reason the Germans feared Patton is because
They
he
didn't fear Patton.
trivialities, like arguing with the truth of the...
They lost to Patton, they lost to Montgomery. But they didn't fear the fuck out of him.
This is largely an example that I try to follow, not to get distracted too much by the trivialities.
Really?
Take a step back from
That would be like his thick skin.
Many of those.
Yes, he's a thick-skinned man who doesn't get distracted by the trivial things.
That's why his tongue is full of science.
Sexual harassment conferences, the
Science!
definition of which some would extend all the way up to, arguably, being asked out for coffee, having hung out in a bar.
Oh, let it go. Just look, you asked her out, she said no. Just move on with your life.
If you're going to eat tuna, expect bones.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very
Stolen footage
that goes on in the bars at conferences.
Can I
For
ask,
instance,
people that eat fish, how often do you get bones in a can of tuna?
never.
Not as much.
it's people experimenting with, say, for
You get a lot more mercury than you get bones.
Let's bring in the rapture. Let's see. Ah, here we go. The word of Jesus. I tell you, there will be.
Has he made this shirt cartoony?
A night when there will be two men in one bed. One shall be taken, the other shall be left. Okay. Two women shall be grinding together. One of them shall be taken, the other left. That's what we've got in the rapture. There's a lot more interesting behaviour like that goes on at these conferences.
Hey, is there a point?
Fighting off a leg. Yes, people get drunk and make sexual mistakes.
Thunderfoot, we've been here for almost 4 hours, dude.
Yeah, and they have fun.
Just get to it.
Goes on in these bars, and of course that should be addressed in an appropriate fashion. But to be honest, the level of harassment that you get in these bars is a little different than you would get from any other bar in the country. And I'm not so sure that I see it's the conference's responsibility to try to police what happens in the bars.
Oh, this is his
outside
stance against harassment policies at these conventions. That's what this is.
They're not expensive.
Oh, look, it's Jason Burns.
Oh, hi, dude. Like you haven't been bullied at all.
Oh, this is
No.
Hi, folks. Hope you're okay. Okay.
This is where he smeared tomato sauce all over himself to try and pretend that he was slashed by Thunderfoot. I put this in for comedy value.
I remember this too.
And unfortunately, folks, we're at the end of the show, so we're not going to see this comedy value.
Oh, darn.
Just try to imagine it.
Well, folks, I hope you had a good time tonight.
Yeah, we had a blast.
I hope you enjoyed what you've seen.
Thank you, Kaz Armstrong, so much for suggesting this topic, and specifically for asking me to be the guest. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Also, can I just say, next week's going to be different. In fact, the next 5 weeks are going to be different. We're not going to have any guest hosts.
What?
But it won't just be me and Jason. Oh no. There'll be certain people who are applying to be Atticus's replacement.
Guess I'm out.
I have actually. I haven't decided what the topic will be next week yet.
So after I get out early, sometimes I have to masturbate instead of coming into the hangout?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you could be co-host emeritus.
So, anyway, next week will be something that I will decide at random. For two people, let me think, who are we going to get out the list that I have? How about Satan, otherwise known as microblogism? If you're available, Micro, by the way, just let me know. And Prudent Discourse, are you available next week? Why don't we have both of you on and bring your funny? Alright, folks. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.